Tariq agenda, how I used to back bender. She even told her best friend, Blender from Virginia, who asked me if I had a cousin I could recommend her. But as time flowed on, we grew more mature and further apart. When I began to do tours, we lost contact and slowly parted, reminiscing of when it started. It keep me feeling heavy-hearted, a stolen moment periodic, addicted to her presence like a narcotic. Though I wonder if she ever got it. The hypnotic that faded like a dream sequence that persuaded beyond being infatuated, spiritually intoxicated, calm sedated. I concentrated on how to get in touch with her, cause the fact of the matter remained that I miss the hypnotic, the hypnotic. Her number, but knowing it's been a while, it's hard to link. I figure what she probably thinking, soon start to drink. Fighting the feeling I'm concealing, apparently at first appealing, later revealing to be deeper. Resistance increasingly weaker. The essence of life is more than just mics and puff and reefer. This universe of black thought that I could teach her. I'm trying to touch her, only if I can reach her. I hit this kid, I sign up on his beeper and asked him if he had a chance to speak to Jermaine Palmer, who father's a preacher. To make the story short, me and my man soon ran into each other on a humble at a show in San Fran. I said, Joe Palmer, when did you last see Alana? He offered me a seat in attempts to make me calmer. When he began to break it down, my mind started to wind a response beyond somber, incredibly crushed, kind of feeling on my shoulder, that of a boulder, to find out that our life was over. It made the room feel colder. I thought I could get with her when she was a little older, but she a victim of the wicked system that controlled her. It's all chaotic. Within my life, it's symbolic. Forever shadow on my mental, I never forgot it. Yo, the psychotic, the hypnotic. You check it out, the most melodic, hypnotic, yeah. The hypnotic.
Kind of guy guy that would say, hey baby, let's get away, let's go someplace, huh, where I don't care. He's the kind of guy that you give you everything and trust your heart, share all of your love till death do you part. I wanna be what he wants when he wants it and whenever he needs it. And when he's lonesome and feeling love-starved, I'll be there to feed it. I'm loving him a little bit for each day. Turns me right on when I hear him say, hey baby, let's get away, let's go somewhere. Oh, baby, can we? Why, I don't care. Hey baby, let's get away, let's go somewhere. Oh, baby, can we? Why, I don't care. I wanna be what he wants when he wants it and whenever he needs it. And when he's lonesome and feeling love-starved, I'll be there to feed him. Loving him a little bit for each day. It turns me right on when I hear him say, hey baby, let's get away, let's go somewhere. Oh, baby, can we? Well, I don't care. Hey baby, let's get away, let's go somewhere. Oh, baby, can we? Well, I don't care. Daydreaming and I'm thinking of you. 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 Look at my
Beat up little seagull on a marble stair. Trying to find the ocean, looking everywhere. Hard times in the city, in a hard town by the sea. Ain't nowhere to run to. There ain't nothing here for free. Look on the corner, waiting for a train. Drunk, lying on the sidewalk, sleeping in the rain. And the people hide their faces, and they hide their eyes. 'Cause the city's dying. at my sister Sandy and my little brother Ray. Buy a big old wagon to haul us all away. Live out in the country where the mountains high. Never gonna come back here. Till the day
Well,
I
well. Hello, everybody. I'm back.
Oh, boy,
I'm back.
ain't it hard
Never been more back.
just to live? Oh, Baltimore,
Oh, Baltimore.
ain't it hard
Ain't it hard?
just to live?
You know what? Every fucking time. Oh, I didn't even turn my camera on. I'm a no cam streamer now. There we go. There we go. All right. Okay. What up, everyone? How we doing? Did you miss me? Yeah, what is this new streak thing? Everybody's streaking. Everyone's streaking. We got a nudie podcast. Jesus. A nudie community here. We're all streaking. My show is on. Oh my God, you guys. I just have to say, Peach Jars, truly an icon. If you don't know, then you need to know. Okay? If you don't know. And at the last night, we all went to dinner. We went to dinner and I was so ready to be home, but it was worth it because I got to sit next to Peach. And we were just recapping the weekend and everything that happened. And I went, you know what? I feel like I was kind of on the peripheral of things, and Peach Jars was just in the middle, causing trouble in the best way possible, you know? The best kind of in the thick of it, in the trenches. Yeah, my favorite kind of troublemaking. And so for that, she is an icon always and forever. I will now not say anything of importance. No, we need you out here. We need you out here, girlfriend. Saw some of her eye rolls. You know what I love about Peach? She doesn't give a fuck. A lot of people say they don't give a fuck. Yes, they do. Because what happens at events like this is there's a lot of like people being friendly and nice to people who don't deserve it, because I think it's one of those when you're actually in the same room, none of the shit that happens on the internet, none of what these motherfuckers say matters. Peach is she's a real one. She's a real one. Ain't nothing getting by her, and ain't no one she won't hold accountable. You're gassing me up so much. I'm not even gassing you up enough. I'm really not. The whole weekend, vibes were weird. I will say, we'll talk about it. Like, there definitely were weird vibes, but the Peach Jar vibes this weekend were incredible. So good. And everybody was saying it. Everybody knew it. To counteract the fuckery that was happening. Truly the MVP. My MVP. Peach Star is my MVP for just for just holding these assholes accountable. Sandwich. Oh, you are fake, just like everyone else there. Okay. You're right. I'm actually not a real person. I'm a bot. It's time for me to reveal. This chatter has exposed. I am fully AI. Okay, well, here's Sam. I was about to say my other MVP was Sam because I think she had the most fun this weekend. For everyone who didn't have fun, then there was Sandwich, who truly thrived. You had so much fun, low-key. You had so much fun high-key, not even low-key. Not even. So those are my two girls, my queens that I spent a lot of time with this weekend. Also Christian, shout out. Christian had a great time too. Christian is just always good energy. We were talking about him at dinner because he was not there as Austin dragged him off to the gay bars for the fourth night in a row. Fourth night in a row. We have to free Christian. We're starting a movement. We must. Had some really fantastic quality times with so many people that I love so much. You really were an inspiration how much fun you had. Because I want to say that if you all have seen what people have been posting on Twitter just about their experiences with TwitchCon, I think there's been a lot of, wow, this TwitchCon was kind of ass. Wow, I don't know if I'll go to TwitchCon again. But there were people who did have fun. Sad. Oh, I'm sad I missed you too. There were a lot of people that I missed. I gotta be for real. I had some fun. And then I had some not fun. And unfortunately, I did not meander around the convention that much. Or around the convention. So I miss seeing a lot of people. I went to a couple parties, which, well, you slayed during Will's DJ. I will tell you, I had a really shitty day, and I forced myself to go. Will did a great job. I forced myself to go on stage and drop it low because I went, you know what? I need to snap out of this. And then my knees hurt for the next 3 days. Still sore. Also, I am so out of it. I was walking Farley before I went live, and there was a crack in the sidewalk. I stepped on the crack. Sorry, Mom. Sorry if I broke your back like I did when I was born. And I just fell over. And I just laid there, and Farley came up and he was like kind of sniffing around me to see if I was still alive. Yeah. Russell's like, can you send me the video of me shirtless dancing on stage with Will? And I had no idea that this video even exists in my phone. I think I took like 5 pictures. And most of them are of Peach and Jessica Negri when they were at Emmy show. That was it. Yeah, and then Poop Trash Lady walked by to scoff. She was like, deserved. That's karma, you wench. You wench. Okay, Fiona, thank you for the 9 months. Hello, Brian, thank you for the 16 months. Blue Ald, thank you for the 7 months. Awesome, Ryan, thank you for the 9 months. Borg, thank you for the 7 months. I didn't scrap with anybody. Well, kind of. Peach, my love, thank you for the 8 months. Rebelled, thank you for the 9 months. Mango Mom, thank you for the 8 months. Lavender, thank you for the 2 months. Dee Dee, thank you for the 35 months. Zitten Run Graph, 36. Emerson, 15. Sacco, 24. Concussed Keeper, 36. Mistoria, thank you for tier 1. Okay, thank you for the gifted. Bad Civ, thank you for the... Thank you. Sunbun, thank you for the 36 months. Okay. All right. So Wait, did my stream just F or am I effing? Is my stream effing? Well, you know what? Is this a threat? Is this a threat to not say anything negative about TwitchCon? It was perfect. No problems whatsoever. Nothing bad to say here on my end. Totally fine. I don't know what anybody is talking about who had any problems, because I thought it was perfect. Thought it was totally perfecto. Only good happened. Land of the Yee, home of the Ha. Do you guys hear my voice? Thank you for the bits. Ben, thank you for the 2 months. Fenric, thank you for the 23 months. Jack, thank you for the 9 months. Stop. Otterpop, thank you for 37 months. Egypt, Jimmy Cake, thank you for 36 months. Also, very ominous sign when Will and I got back in last night. There were, no joke, like 30 flies and counting. We walked inside and there was just this cloud of flies. And then for the next 2 hours, all I did was kill flies. Very ominous. I don't know. No, not fruit flies, like full ass flies. Big ol' fuckers. Farley was not home this weekend because he was being watched by by Hassan and sometimes Will's assistant. So he did also get a hang out with his best friend Kaya this weekend, but he was not home, so I don't know what was going on. Dead body? I don't know. Will went and he went onto the roof this morning to see if anything had died. He didn't find anything. And yet the flies keep on coming. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what this means. Maybe they got in via the vents. I don't know. Something. Maybe my spirit. It's my spirit that died. Did you talk about Will and Chris's bromance? I have not yet. But I will. If anyone had more fun than me, it was Will and Chris bonding. Yes. So. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the flies. If that's a metaphor, if it's an ominous sign. IDK. But I ain't having it. If vultures come, I think it's time to leave French Polynesia. I think that might be correct. I don't know. No, we emptied the trash. Like, is the plague coming? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. Is this a biblical sign? Here's the thing. Am I the one receiving these signs and it's my job to now go on TikTok and be the person who's like, the rapture? Is that what I'm supposed to do now? Should I be the next person who's like, the rapture is coming? Right? Am I the harbinger? I don't know. Because what happens if I ignore it? Okay, well, I'll be looking for signs. I guess that's my job now. This was me last night. And then also this morning. Attacked by flies. Like me. It's me. This was what it looked like when I walked in.
God's peace in this house.
A lot of people have been asking me if my place is cursed. I don't know. It could be. I might need to I need to bring someone to the house and holy water that place. Return the slab. Right, because I had the roaches, I had the ants, which are everywhere, and now I have the flies. So someone figure out what this means. Anyway, Cole Wonder, thank you. Momo, Kitsy Cat, Mr. Brightside, 10 Feet High, Crumpets, Cringe Chin. Wait, where's Christian? Thank you. Thank you for the resubs. Okay, so let me start off with highlights. The good stuff. The good stuff from TwitchCon. Because there will be not good stuff. So I would like to begin recapping TwitchCon, giving my thoughts on the weekend by starting with, it's like you want the good news or the bad news. Let's start with the good news. All right, I already gave love to Peach, Sam, Christian, people who I thought had like a really fun weekend and that I felt very inspired by how much fun they were having, even if I necessarily was not. And then Chris Melberger, great vibes. Love that dude. Chris Melberger is someone who both Sam and I was me and Gianmarco, I'll talk about that too. Sam and I have told Will, we have told him, you guys are meant to be best friends. You have so much in common. Like we knew it was a match that was made in heaven. These two became best friends this weekend. We literally watched it happen in front of our eyes. Will leapt out of his chair when he finally made the connection, despite the fact that Sam and I had told him this multiple times, that Chris was from Jersey. He jumped out of his chair. Yeah, best friend, friendship with Hassan over Chris Melberger is my new best friend. That's Will. So leaps out of his chair and just watching this friendship blossom. And the whole weekend, it was so cute. It was so cute. And on Saturday, I went backstage to the Glitch Theater where they were doing the show that Emmy, BB, No Money, and Will hosted, the kind of like game show cosplay thing. And I see Will, and he's so sad looking. I'm like, well, are you okay? What's going on? And he hands me Pokemon packs. And he's like, can you please make sure that these get to Chris? And I was like, yeah, well, why don't you can just give him yourself. He's like, I was supposed to go to where Chris was, and they were all opening packs. And he's like, our call time for the show got moved up, so I couldn't make it. And I just he was so bummed out. It was so sad, but also very cute. And I said, why don't you just, you'll see him. You'll see him and you can give him to them. You guys can crack packs. But yeah, that was something that Will had really, really wanted to do. And he wasn't able to. So glad you and Sam manifested and then put into motion in real life. Yeah. And I turned to Sam too. I was like, guarantee you after this weekend, Will's going to be like, let's go to Jersey. I'm like, oh, yes. For what? I wonder why. You want to go to Jersey? Yeah. Yeah. Another great thing from the weekend was Will Neff's set. So many people came up to me, I guess, who saw Deuce tweet. My favorite thing about Will Neff is Kwan. And at our meet and greet, people were like, Will, sorry, I have to agree. I have to agree. The best thing about you is Caroline Kwan. And folks, well, you can't stop the people from saying it. So this was Will's DJ set that he played at the Right Click party, and Alex BB No Money performed. Will did his DJ set. He told me he specifically created the set for me. I was like, oh, that's very sweet. He's like, it's white woman music. And I was like, oh, okay. And then it was awesome. He's like, there's Britney, there's Chapel, there's Sabrina, there's 50 Cent. I was like, oh, what? Well, actually 50 Cent white woman music. But anyway, this is from the final. I'm just having fun. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun. Last song in the set. Wasn't that also Haas's set? Yes. Yep. It was. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to White Woman Music. Will says that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's pretty true. I mean, look, it's what the people are saying. Okay. Bucky Badger, thank you for 11 months. Katie, thank you for the 18 months. So, Ranch, thank you for the 6. Hogan, thank you for another gifted. Okay, so great stuff. Good stuff. I got to celebrate Haas's birthday with him, and I went around telling every single person that it was Haas's birthday, even though he very much was trying to be a curmudgeon about it. I said, I'm going to tell every single person I am making a PSA that it is Haas's birthday. So got to hang out with Haas, got to hang out with Jay Dilla. So there were really good stuff. Lots of good stuff. Okay, other good stuff. Oh, I noticed this year at both the meet and greet and then the impromptu meet and greet that happened in the Artist Alley later on Sunday, because that was the first time that I went out into the convention at all. And I was with like Peach and Sam and Christian bunch of people, Wake. The number of women, Caroline Kwan from Women, the number of women and queer people and also queer women who came up to me and we chit-chatted, took pictures. I noticed a significant increase from the last couple of TwitchCons that I've been to, which was very touching for me, especially women who I talked to and said, I really want to try to get into political commentary, and I don't know where to start, but I've been watching your streams a lot, and so we just had conversations around that. And yeah, so it was really wonderful for me. And then my security detail, my security guy, he later on was like, he didn't know anything about me before we started, but he was with me the whole weekend. And he said, he's like, that's really cool how many women are a part of your community. And he's like, I have 3 daughters. And so we were talking about his daughters and just kind of them getting older and coming into this world. And we were just chatting about that. And yeah, so that was really wonderful. And I just especially want to shout out all the women because I know that this is a platform that is dominated by men, as just much of the internet is, whether they are content creators or viewers. And I know it can feel like an environment that is not just hostile to women, but also to queer people, also to people of color. Like if you are from a marginalized group, it can feel hard to find a place on Twitch, either as a creator or as a viewer. And so I know too that a lot of the moments from this weekend with the lack of with the lack of accessibility, right? How there's still issues with the convention not taking any care for disabled attendees, with the, of course, Emiru incident, which we will, the assault, which we will talk about, just other tweets from creators and attendees that were less than positive because of their experiences this weekend. So I really appreciated all the people that I met and how that seems to be reflective of the community that we have formed here. Had one couple, this is awesome, one couple at our meet and greet who met last year in line at mine and Will's meet and greet. And when they came up this year, they told us that they had started dating after meeting in line. And Will was like, oh my God, I thought you guys knew each other last year because you seemed so friendly and so familiar in line. They had just met. And then after that realized that they clicked, that obviously they had a lot in common, right? Being members of Will Neff and Caroline Kwan's communities. And so they are now a couple, which is so sweet. And so it was that couple, and then other like the cutest the cutest gay guys who came up and were like, we're boyfriend, and they were just so, energy was so wonderful, loved it so much. So a lot of couples this year, which was really cool. People who were married, people who started dating after meeting in our meet and greet line. So look, we found love in a hopeless place. It's true. It might feel hopeless in this place, but love is their names, Austin and Christian. Yes, it was Austin and Christian. So anyway, I think my security guy like took note of the type of people in my community, and that was it was like a good reflection on our community. Because, you know, they're looking out for any threats, any problems. And I will say that my personal experience this weekend, although I didn't spend that much time at the con for a couple reasons, my experience was overall good, but I think it's because I was lucky with the security person I had for the whole weekend, and also just my the instances where I met fans, community members, people coming up saying hi. It was all good. It was all good. And I do think it's an important reminder that for the most part, people who go to something like this are nice, sweet, normal human beings. And unfortunately, it is the bad instances that do get a lot of attention. Unfortunately, And even though I had overall, my experience was just as far as safety was good, it doesn't mean that there weren't problems. And it doesn't mean that other people didn't have a very different experience from mine. And I think maybe it had to do with the fact that the person who was assigned to me was somebody who is a professional security officer. They work for Amazon. They didn't work for Twitch. It wasn't something who was like a temporary hire. So I think it was I got lucky. I'm really interested to see Taylor's interview with Dan Clancy that comes out on Wednesday. So other good stuff. Let's think. Did some fun shows. Did Fan's show, Fan's game night show. Lily and I won. Did Everything Now show, which is the only time you guys will think I'm crazy. This is the only time I ever feel nervous at all. I don't know what it is. It's like the second you stick improv onto something in my brain goes, you're not trained for this. Even though I understand. I do improv I do improv all the time, but it is something about, there's something about the label of improv comedy that my theater brain goes, oh, this is not your thing. This is not your thing. I wanted more. They told me, they were like, it's only a 15-minute segment. Love those guys. They're really great. They had been asking me for a year to be a part of one of their shows, and I have always said no because I'm just like, I don't think it's my thing. But then I did it, and it was really fun, and it was easy, and they are the best. They really are. You always act like you hate improv, but you're good at it. I don't know how to explain it because I have taken improv before. I took improv when I was training as an actor in film and television. My teacher was like, you need to go take an improv class. Like, everybody needs to take an improv class. So I took improv, and I just really didn't like it. I always felt uncomfortable. I always felt like I'm doing this to make myself a better actor, but I never want to be an improv person. So it was actually good for me to do something like that, which I normally wouldn't do. Thank you. Thank you. What is this? What's the uncomfortable essence of it? Do you know what it is? Do you know what? I think it's because I don't think. All right, my brain works too much as like I have a very script brain. Okay, I have a very here's the lines. You read the lines, and you perform that way. So it's always been something that I have just never felt I have a natural affinity for. Yeah, you prefer structure. Yeah, even though look, a lot of shows at TwitchCon, it's very improv based, there's not there's structure to it, but you're also then you're just doing whatever on stage. I do look like an animatronic puppet. I do. A lot of classical musicians feel that way about jazz improv. Yes, it just feels like it feels like every fiber of my being is screaming against it. So maybe I actually do need to go back, take another improv class just to get over it. Because it's something that I need to stop being like, I don't do improv. Can I be so for real too? I think one reason I feel this way too is because improv is Will's thing. He has for years and years, his entire life, pursued improv as his form of performance. Whereas I was in theater and then I was training in film and television. Will is so good. he's so good at improv. And so who was it? Maybe it was Peach who was like, I think if you compare yourself to Will, then you'll feel like, oh, I can't do improv. But Will is extremely experienced and has done tons and tons of improv training. So I guess it would be, yeah, maybe the equivalent with someone being like, oh, I could never do, like someone in improv being like, I could never do a play. I don't know. Are you afraid that you could be better than him at it? No, not at all. No, not at all. You know what? I'm gonna ban this chatter. Improv. Here's the thing. I'm banning this chatter because they spelled improve. IMPROVE. That's why I'm banning them, to be very clear. It's not because they've been shitting on me. Well, trying to shit on me. It's because they spelled it wrong. So, sorry. Sorry, but you're gone. They need to go improve their spelling of improv. Improving won't help you because you're the best already. Maybe they were really trying to compliment me with the improve line there. They're like, how could you? They're like, you can't. Improve won't help you. Improve won't help you because you're perfect already. Because you're perfect already. Okay, so other good stuff. You guys, some of you have linked me bad stuff. I don't want to do bad stuff. I'm doing good stuff right now. Just hold your horses. Just hold your horses. We got to do the good stuff. Jake and bake. One thing I want to say too, and I've seen IRL streamers express this. To be clear, a lot of the anger and frustration towards IRL streamers comes from a specific type of IRL streamers, and those are the like shithead, clip farmer, kick type, assholes. And I don't agree with the like blanket calls to ban IRL streaming, because along with that, there's calls to ban politics. It's not good to be like, we should just completely ban this form of content creation. And I've seen people be like, we should go back to this just being a gaming platform. And I started streaming 3 years ago. Okay. I'm newer for how long the platform has been here. And I know I'm not someone who represents the like cornerstone of Twitch, which is gaming. But there are a lot of great streamers and people who don't do this obnoxious, harassing, clip farming type bullshit. And so I think I agree with there used to be more requirements and just stipulations around IRL streaming. And I think because that was loosened, there has been an increase in these turds who are just shoving their cameras in people's faces and trying to get a moment that then goes viral on other platforms. It's like taking that short form content and then it going viral on like Twitter, TikTok, etc. So first they came for the IRL streamers and I didn't say anything because I was not an IRL streamer. The rage baiter IRL streamers suck and should be shunned. Just going around shouting slurs shouldn't be a career path outside the Republican Party. Yes, and it's like, look, I agree that streamers who are doing this should not be allowed to do this. They should not be allowed to do this kind of thing. And there is a reason that people decided not to go to the con this year. People like Frogan, who she didn't go because last year some dumb fuck kick streamer was like stalking her and was harassing her and trying to get a little moment. And so she opted not to come to the con this year. And there were other people who maybe either didn't talk about it publicly or just didn't get the attention that big streamers announcing they weren't going to the convention there were other people who chose not to go or who after this year have said, I no longer want to go. Okay, I know I'm getting into the bad stuff. I'm trying to still do the good stuff. So good stuff is that there are IRL streamers who are not these like little ghouls. There are people who are respectful, and it's fine making content, right? That's what it's all about. Like you're there and you are live streaming and you're making content. And then there's of course the line. So, okay. So this is my third year not going because it's scary. Yeah. Okay, other good stuff. Other cute clip about you and Will from Gremlo.
I did
Wholesome,
see
swear
this
it's good
though
stuff.
at
Okay.
the comic book store that I went to. Tell me that ain't Will and Caroline.
Wait,
Like that's just straight up Will and Caroline.
that's crazy. Hold on a sec. What
I did
comic
see
is
this
that?
though at the comic book store that I went to. Tell me that ain't Will and Caroline.
Fan service by Rosie Danon. Grumpy meets Sunshine with teeth. Which one's Grumpy and which one is Sunshine? Sorry to interrupt your topic, but wanted to say loved the Fioran episode with Gianmarco and you. Oh, thank you. It was so fun. I love Gianmarco. I was the only person on that podcast who could pronounce his name. Grumpy meets Sunshine with teeth. I need this. I need to get a copy of that. I think the girl has vampire teeth. Okay, so I'm Sunshine with teeth. Will's Grumpy. According to the comic, Potential. Good reads for it. The truth is stranger than fiction in this sexy paranormal rom-com. Okay. Maybe this is actually maybe this is a potential lawsuit. I mean, this is America where we just go around suing everybody, so maybe I'm gonna have to sue this author for stealing our likenesses. Sorry, this was a cute thing that now is no longer a cute thing. Yeah. Is this fucking Play About Us? You can see the fly. I mean, look, they just keep spawning. Hope you go to see Graham at TwitchCon. I did not, but again, I missed seeing quite a few people, and I wouldn't have known people were there if I didn't see them posting about being there. So I definitely saw people, but then I also didn't see a lot of people. But that is because I didn't hang out that much at the con and didn't hang out that much outside the con. Excuse me. I was at the convention for Collective 5 hours through the entire weekend, so no worries. What up, Grab? Secretary of Transtifa, thank you for the 17 months. Evan Martin, thank you for the Prime. AZ Packer, thank you for the 6 months. Ainsley, thank you for the 2 months. Seattle Green, thank you for the 4 months. Bo, thank you for the Prime. Keeks, thank you for the 13 months. Ditz, thank you for the Prime. Bucky, thank you for the 11 months. Okay, more good shit. Oh. The best. Yes, I did get home and start crying immediately when I saw my dogs. We got home and then Farley, when we finally got it back, was crying. He was crying. Like we had been gone for years because when we left, we had taken our suitcases with us. And I think he genuinely was like, I think he was thinking he was little orphan Annie. So when we came back, it was as if he had never expected us to return. Dead 5 head. Thank you for the 9 months. Okay. Other good things. Shows were fun. Meeting people good. Oh, wait. This is funny. I was talking to somebody who works for one of the major studios and is a person who like helps to connect with opportunities to do things like red carpet premieres. And we were just having a conversation and he goes, he goes, guess who's going to be the lion in Wicked for Good? And he kind of said it in a way where he's like, there's no way you're going to guess it. And I said, well, the internet thinks it's James Corden. More so like the internet says if it's James Corden, they're going to collectively kill themselves. Came here from Fear and hope you're doing great. Thank you. Hope you're doing great too. And he goes, it's not James Corden. I was like, I don't think it's James Corden. He goes, just guess. Just take a guess. And again, he was saying it as like, you're never going to, there's no way. So I look at him and I go, it's Coleman Domingo. And I swear to God, and Sam was standing there and she can attest to this. He like takes a step back and looks at me. He's like, did someone tell you that? But he's also not confirming it. And he's just looking at me like, how would you know? I was like, am I right? I was like, I'm right, aren't I? And he's just flummoxed. No, it's not a leak because it came out. It was confirmed this morning. And part of me is like, was this confirmed? Because somebody who's working on Wicked 2 knows that I know. And he was just like, why would you say that? He goes, I'm not confirming nor denying, but why would you say that? I go, okay. Coleman Domingo, he's a Broadway guy. He's a theater guy. Duh. He, in the last 2 Oscars, has been nominated. So he's super hot awards wise. He just co-chaired the Met Gala, and everybody loves Coleman on a red carpet. He's one of the standout figures always, so a lot of media attention is put on him. He's just one of the hottest. He's so hot right now. He's one of the hottest names in Hollywood, and I'm obsessed with him, so I guess that's why he's top of mind for me. And I gave him those 5 reasons, like, yeah, thinking like a studio executive, like I was the casting director. And he just kind of was like, And still, I think, kind of trying to suss out if somebody had told me, like if it had been leaked to me. And then this morning, I text Sam because I see the announcement. Coleman Domingo has officially been announced as the voice of the Cowardly Lion in Wicked for Good. And the last thing I said to this guy is I looked at him because I was kind of pitching myself a little bit, and I go, I'm really good. I was like, I'm really good at this stuff. So that was good. That was a good moment for me this weekend to be like, okay, Caroline, just, you know, a lot of TwitchCon, there's it's business, it's networking type of thing. And I think the past couple TwitchCons, I have always felt a little, certainly the first 2, it's very much like Will's girlfriend, right? Almost kind of plus 1-ish. Last year felt more of me as my own person. And then this year, it was even more of like, okay, here's everything I've done over the last year. Here are goals that I have. Here is what I feel very confident that I can offer on this platform, and am doing things that not really a ton of people are doing, or that they don't have an interest in the way I do. So something like that, where I was just like, this is my shit. I'm very good at this. And it's the kinds of stuff that I don't really think a lot of streamers have an interest in the way that I do. This is the age of Caroline Kwan from Women. And anyway, so that was a fun moment. Very funny, good clip from when you and Will met Rage.
Yeah, Liz. What's good, Liz? I don't know where you at, but what's good? Hey, Will. Good to see you, gang.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. So, hold on a second. Okay. So I was standing there in the artist alley, and this guy comes up and he's like, hey, can I interview you? And I said, oh yeah, sure. What's it for? He's like, oh, I'm just doing interviews. So I don't think it was someone who knew who I was necessarily. He was just like, oh, she's a streamer, I'll interview her. So he's interviewing me. And then I see him, like, he just stops interviewing me. And it's because Rage was coming up, and he was looking at me, and he comes up to like say hi, and he goes, I just met Will. He said I just met Will or I just saw Will, which then later I found out because Wake, we were just like debriefing on the weekend. He goes, your Rage came up to me and said, hi, Will. So then I started dying laughing because I went, oh my God, that's what he was referencing. So Rage told me I had just seen Will. I just met Will. I said hi to Will. And he goes, you're like, you and Will are together type of thing. I was like, oh yeah. So that's why he came up. And then the interviewer had stopped interviewing me because I think he was probably much a fan of Rage and really didn't give two shits about me. So then it became kind of this joint interview where he's like, let's start all over. So it became this joint interview where he's then talking to both of us. But it's really funny understanding that this was potentially, I think this is after the interview. No, because I asked Will, I was like, have you seen Your Rage today? When we were trying to figure out the timeline of him saying hi to Will or saying hi to Wake, thinking it was Will.
Yeah, Liz. What's good, Liz? I don't know where you at, but what's good? Hey, Will. Good to see you, gang.
Wait, and the fact that Wake just goes along with it. He just goes along with it. Oh my God. Oh man. You know, he just accepts it. Here is your interview.
Do you guys know what basketball is? I think yeah.
Like just
Sport.
Can I see you guys jump shot?
Okay, if you can't hear, he says, do you guys know what basketball is? I was like, yeah. Oh God, I hope he's not about to ask me questions. And then says, can I see your jump shot?
I think she should go first.
I can only do this with a fake basketball.
Oh, that was a jump shot.
Okay, I've learned that's not a jump shot.
That was a jump shot.
Watch her for the jump shot. Okay.
Yeah, no, that was not a jump shot. I just did whatever move I could think of. You're playing volleyball? I don't know. I just was like, here's a ball and I'm gonna throw it. The dribbling, I was like, dribble it through the legs and then throw it up. He did tell me, he was like, that's a dunk. And I went, oh, and then he showed me what the move for a jump shot would be. So now I know. If somebody comes up again and says, let me see your jump shot, now I know how to do it. The dribble was so wicked. I know. I ball. This Your Rage Ludwig clip I saw was killing me. I don't know if it was from some event after a day at TwitchCon.
You wear do-rags?
I've worn many silkies, yeah.
Okay, look.
Oh my God. Who taught you about do-rags?
What do you mean, who taught me about do-rags?
What do you need a do-rag for?
My stepfather's black.
Actually?
Yes, I'm
Cap.
ingrained in black culture.
QT.
That one, right?
QT.
Is his stepdad black?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Peter.
Does he know his dad?
Yeah.
Peter. My fault.
Yes, Peter. It's a biblical name. He's God-fearing.
What ethnicity is he?
Jamaican.
After you do that,
Did you just think of the first black ethnicity? He said, Jamaican?
He's Jamaican. I could say it. Let me try again. Ask me again.
What ethnicity?
Jamaican.
right?
What? What?
Say Wagwan. You wear do-rags?
I've worn many silkies, yeah.
Also, I don't know. I would see clips and stuff of, I really, like I said, I don't even know where this stuff was taking place. When people were seeing each other streaming, I really missed a lot of this. VO! thank you for the 28 months. Also, hi. It was good to see you this weekend. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Can you say Wagwan? If your age were to ever see, if you were to ever see the clip from Will's birthday, when we're sitting there, when he confirms again with Cutie, it's even funnier. I like that he asked Cutie to confirm that Ludwig's stepfather is black. Love you, Queen. Love you back. Apparently his stepdad is actually Jamaican. It would be pretty crazy for him to lie about that. If he were to have pretended that his stepfather is black, it would be insane. Your meet and greet had aesthetic film lighting. No, this is a bad. Well, this one's actually not as bad as some of the other ones, but okay, this is not a good one. This is not a good like thing from the con. I have a bone to pick with the lighting at the meet and greets. My God, this is okay. Fine, you can say it's got a film aesthetic to it. Also, shout out Karen, was very sweet, but those photos were so. The lighting was so atrocious. And everyone who I've seen posting photos from the meet and greet has made sure to clarify how bad the lighting was. They're like, horrible lighting, but great memories. It's giving movie theater lighting. I just don't understand, because it's like, look, one of the main things with a meet and greet is that you're taking a photo. So some people that I saw when I was in Artist Alley came up to me and they're like, do you mind if we retake our picture? Because the lighting at the meet and greet was so ass. I'm like, yes, please. I'm like, never post that photo. Let's take a new one. Yeah. I said on someone else's picture, I was like, it feels like a hate crime. The lighting at these meet and greets feels like a hate crime. You look like you're in a true crime documentary. Yeah, also that it's like the photo that pops up. The photo that pops up when it's like, Karen, the last time she was seen with the Twitch couple, Will Neff and Caroline Kwan. And then it just freezes on it. Your sunflower sweater is so happy making. Shout out to Artist Alley. Will got that for me day one. As a positive note, I don't think if you already talked about the new Alveus announcement. I have not, but very exciting. Ooh, another great moment is I was waiting in line for a party one night, and shout out Amanda from Alveus, who came up, and she was so kind and was like, I have watched your Alveus when you went to Alveus, and that was before I started, but she's like, I just loved it a lot. I said, okay, well, I have to come back so I can meet people who have joined Alveus since I have been there. And also because Maya has announced that they have a new project, huge new project, the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute. And here is the announcement.
Hey guys, I'm Maya Higa, and I'm the founder and executive director of Alveus Sanctuary, which is a 501c3 nonprofit animal sanctuary and virtual conservation education center. I founded Alveus in 2021, which was 4 years ago.
Ichi, thank you for the 4 months. Shell, thank you for the 4 months.
That Alveus would become what it has. We've rescued.
Also, they have already raised over last time I saw it was like over 500,000. And I think the initial goal has been 1 million. So they're already over halfway in like a day.
Animals, and we've given them the best lives possible.
They're at over 700,000. That's crazy.
Of staff here, and we have built the best community on the entire internet ever. And because of all of those things, we are now reaching hundreds of millions of people a year and teaching them about our natural world and helping them to love our planet and our wildlife the way that we all do here at Alveus. And that's crazy in just 4 years. But you guys know that. You guys already know this. You know what Alveus is, and that's not what this video is about. This video is to make an announcement, the biggest announcement that Alveus has ever made. Hi. You can be in the shot, but you have to be like chill about it, because this is a really big deal. Okay. No, yeah, It's not being chill. We're gonna relax. Stompy's been here since the beginning. He's allowed to be in the video.
Stompy!
This video is to make an announcement. And the announcement is that we are taking the Alveus approach to the wild. And we are doing that by creating the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute. We have expanded and we are developing an entirely new facility with 2 goals: species recovery and advancing conservation technology. So what that means basically is that Alveus will start breeding endangered species at our facility for release into the wild. So we're going to start actively contributing to wild populations and saving species, which is, you're stuck in my hair, sorry, which is the absolute dream. I can't believe that I'm filming this video. I can't believe that I'm saying that to you guys. But that's not even the end of the announcement. There is more. And what's more is that the species that we will be starting our work with at the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute are 2 absolute icons of North American ecosystems: the Mexican gray wolf and the red wolf. That's crazy to say. As of 2025, there are less than 300 Mexican gray wolves left in the wild, and there are less than 20 red wolves left in the wild. These are keystone species. They're so vital for their ecosystems, and without our help, they will go extinct. They need our help. They need it now. It's going to take a lot to develop this facility, and so we are starting a $1 million capital campaign fundraiser to launch the Research and Recovery Institute. We are starting this capital campaign fundraiser in a really cool way, and we're calling it the Pixel Project. By the time you guys are seeing this video on the Alveus website and on, I can't do it when I'm like, an emu unplug my microphone. Sorry. So by the time you guys are seeing this video, on our website and on the Alveus Twitch live stream and YouTube live stream, there will be a canvas mural with 10,000 pixels on it. Each donation of $100 will unlock 1 pixel on our mural, and every pixel unlocked by your donation will display your name, denoting you as one of the first 10,000 vital supporters of the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute. You guys will be able to find your name on your pixel on our website, and we are also putting a giant mural up at the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute with all of your names on it. It is like blowing my mind to make this video right now and tell you guys that this is something that we're actually doing and starting, and I am eternally grateful for all of your support for making Alveus into what it is today. Again, it's only been 4 years, and it's just everything that I could have imagined and so much more. This is by far the biggest thing that we've ever done. This is the biggest thing that I've ever done, not just in my career, in my lifetime. It means absolutely everything to me to do this for our natural world and to do it with you guys. I wouldn't want any other community along for this ride, and I'm so excited because of the love that you've shown.
I like that. I don't even notice the audio. I'm like, it's
Our
perfect.
ambassadors here at Alveus. I can't wait to see how much you love. Do not unplug my microphone. No, don't, please. The email unplug my microphone again. I am so grateful to all of you for building Alveus into what it is and for giving us the opportunity to do so much for our natural world. It really, really needs it right now. You guys have grown to love our animals at Alveus so much, like Stompy, and I can't wait to see how much you love the animals that we're able to bring back to the wild where they belong. Thank you so much for your support of Alveus and of me over the past 4 years, and thank you for all of your support going forward. Let's go save some wolves. Bye,
We're
guys.
gonna save the
Did
wolves,
he say bye?
folks.
Say bye. He said literally bye. He's walking away. Thank you guys.
He's a theater kid. He's dramatic. Just awesome. So cool. Yes, there are like the Jack Doherty and these fuckers out there who don't even deserve any attention whatsoever. But then there are awesome people like Maya Higa, who is using a platform like Twitch for awesome purposes. And yeah, it's easy to forget sometimes. It's easy to forget when you have these assholes who take up a lot of the oxygen, and in Twitch spaces, like a lot of times I think the clips and stuff that goes viral is the bad parts. And so always good to remember the positive things that are happening on the platform that streamers and viewers are participating in. So we need more education streams. I love education streams. And somebody said, when am I going to go back to Alveus? Probably not this year because November will be China. And then December, I probably won't be able to make it to Austin. But next year, I want to do an Austin trip. Yeah. Okay. That's definitely a great thing from this weekend. This is your first time going to China? It is. It is my first time going. And what else? What other good stuff? No. You know what?
Are you singing?
Yes.
Hi, Jen.
When I came here yesterday, someone said to me, "Hi, Fuzzy." And
How close were they?
really
Maybe they
close.
didn't
I
have their
walked right
contacts.
past them. Like
Maybe
this
they
close.
didn't have their contacts.
Like we walked past you, they go, "Hi, Fuzzy." But in your honor, I went, "Hi."
Oh, you said hi
Yeah,
back,
very
so they don't even know.
enthusiastically. Yeah.
That's-
So they were probably like, "Fuzzy's so nice."
Wow. Well, at least you didn't ask that. But you have been asked that.
I have been asked that.
You're
I've also
so
been
sorry
told to
you're
pay
just
my
like-
parents back. So it's all good.
Wow. Well,
It happens.
I'm so sorry. Hi, Chatter.
I like your little curves.
Oh, yeah. Someone gave this to me.
I also like your hoodie.
Oh, thank you.
And I like your boots. Can I show your outfit?
Yeah.
It had to have been somebody who saw the picture of Fuslie at the con. It couldn't have been someone who's a fan, because I can't imagine someone who's a fan would think that her name was pronounced Fuzzly. And finish.
I'm kind of bumming
You
it.
look bumming it. They look in a hot way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if that's the most wholesome moment from the weekend, but you know what? Thanks. Somebody who confused Fan with Fuslie and then pronounced her name as Fuzzly. But I think it's because they saw the pictures of her at TwitchCon, said the name, and then saw Fan thought she was Fuslie, because I can't imagine it's an actual Fuslie chatter who would maybe this whole time have maybe have thought, was it Dan Clancy? No, because that would be me getting called Fuzzly. Okay, one last fun thing. Oh my God, I saw this. I was in tears.
Oh my God. Quan? What is that? Oh, yes, that's how I know the name Anonymous.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
this
sorry,
makes
I
a lot
say
of
his
sense.
name wrong on purpose. How do you
Anonymous.
say it correctly?
Mess.
Anonymous. It's anonymous.
It's gonna open it.
It's anonymous.
Anonymous.
Stuck on me too.
I
This
like it. I
is
think it's cute.
the funniest.
I got so many.
Was she? Oh my God.
Also, there were people who were thinking, that this was one of my stock photos. Okay, wait, hold on. Farley! What's happening? Did a Wild Wake Wilder just appear as I'm watching a clip of him? Wake, is that you? Oh my God, I was just watching this clip of you.
Hello. Wait, what happened?
Wait, I was watching.
Oh, yeah. What is it? I was so confused,
Okay.
Caroline.
Okay, let me explain. So that photo is from high school.
I assumed.
When I was athlete of the week
I didn't know I was.
in the presence
You're telling
of,
me you were athlete of the week?
I was athlete of the week. So Anonymous printed that out and just wrote Caroline Kwan on like the business cards.
Yeah.
Like for me to hand out
As you should.
at the con.
That's
Yeah.
probably-
But somehow they really did make their way around. Yeah, Cutie came up to me and she's like, I have a new business card, and she had that. So they
gonna-
spread like wildfire.
I think I'm gonna do a similar thing where I'm gonna get a card that says Wake Wilder.
It just says Wake Wilder.
And on the other side, it's just that exact photo of you. Caroline Kwan, athlete of the week.
It's the athlete of the week pick.
That'll be my business card. I'm gonna create. It'll be the new zeitgeist.
Is that Will? Oh yes, it's Will Wilder. No.
Hi.
Yes.
Will Wilder.
Hi, this is Will.
Yeah, I was your age.
Will Wilder.
Nicely. Will was so excited. The things that Rage and I had like a great chat the night before. And
Guess
we
who
were
else is in French Polynesia?
What?
How are you?
I like that everyone's heads are cut off. Okay.
Who could it be?
Oh wait, guess one.
Wonder.
Guess. You guys, everyone, it's Austin's show. Austin's
Yes.
show reveal.
Guys, today we're
Oh,
gonna do another.
come here. Come
Actually,
here. Fernie.
it's Raj Patel. Welcome to the Raj Patel live stream.
Wait, did you see the clip of Rage saying to Wake, "Hey Will, what's up?" And then
That's
Wake
amazing.
just
excited. He's like, "What's up, Will?" And I'm like, "I'm not gonna be able to correct this in time."
Wait, and then
Like,
he
it's
came
just
up
not-
to me to say hi,
No,
to
I
be
mean,
like,
I give off 6'4"
It's
energy.
the same. It's the
That's
same. beast.
amazing. But you know what? There's a lot of times where people are saying Will and Wake, Wake and Will.
Yeah.
They get tongue-tied.
Well, because my name's not a name and Will's is, so it's like really complicated.
Well, actually,
you know,
I
like,
mean, you could say Will's also like it's an action, like he has will, or like willpower.
where there's a will, there's a
There's a
Wake. Where there's a will, there's a Wake.
Yeah, and there's SVN driving.
It is funny too because then he came up to me and said, "I just saw Will," and he's like, "Oh, I just saw Will," and like you're Will's girl.
it's crazy because man, we do not look that alike. Like we just do not. Like it's a very like Will's
Classic all white
stylish
people
and-
look alike.
Oh,
dude.
I mean-
Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable.
Hi.
All.
Hi,
Nice to
Caroline.
meet you.
Nice to meet you. Did you guys just get in?
Yeah. So our game plan is. Farley's so funny, dude.
I'll actually let you know what happened. So at around 12:15, I was like, I'm gonna take the Amtrak up to California, but I was like, oh yeah,
Is that enough to get you through the night?
I didn't know the Amtrak went to French Polynesia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, the Amtrak goes really. They
That's
have a
crazy.
really complicated. So Japan came in and helped contract this. It's the JR.
Oh, okay, okay.
And it goes all the way out to French Polynesia. But the crazy thing about it was that I was like, oh, S-Fan's here, and I know S-Fan was going to drive to French Polynesia potentially.
I was.
You got Tomago. No, I just this
So
sounds
you're
like-
gonna
That was
train,
tomato.
but you're like S-Fan's gonna
That's what I was gonna
drive.
do because we were in the lobby of
Yeah.
the Omni, and I was like, okay, I'll go with you. And then I think we left at around 2:33. We were set up some stream stuff. We got going, and like something happened with the Ingest, so we had no audio. So then
So I just turned it off.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll just fix it. I'll just say I'll fix it in LA, right? I'll fix it in LA, which by the way actually is fixed now, which is good. So I'll just go live after this. But like, it's not, like it's not that I was worried about. But like the extra time it took to actually pack and set up.
It's an
snowballs.
operation,
Yeah, but it snowballs. Because let's say where it takes us 10-15 minutes.
And he's a Red Bull athlete. He had to install the wings.
Yeah, that's the thing. The wings,
Well-
yeah, you know, you should see my tat. Actually, no, I'll show you later. But I got a tattoo actually.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
of
had to
course.
get tatted in. That's a big thing.
Of course.
Well, it's actually
You
it was like
you
cattle
should
brand.
be holding this.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah. It's like at all times.
Newest.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things. Is like they don't.
Here, you guys.
Okay.
I don't have a filter on. I
Wait.
don't have a filter on. It's
Chat,
just.
can you guys hear me? I'm sorry, I'm quiet. I'll get down low. Yo, what's up, chat? I can't see.
You can't see?
Yeah, I've been driving this whole time without glasses. I can't see past this. It's actually crazy that we didn't get an accident. So, yeah,
It's a miracle you guys are alive.
yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, glad you're here.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm glad to not be dead.
Yeah. Look at this power stand.
Yeah, I'm actually in a perfect splits right now, like Jean-Claude Van Damme, off screen.
This is honestly impressive.
Thank you.
The width.
Thank you. I've been told.
It might hurt later. It might
Yeah,
hurt
I'm not.
later.
I'm that's at least like 2 weeks off.
Yeah. I fell earlier when I was walking Farley because I was just so out of it, and I hit a crack, and I just like fell over.
Oh no.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing that's crazy is like if you don't realize how much you get used to the balance that you have naturally until like something is slightly off.
And then it's
Just go in a little crack and you just like topple over.
Yeah.
Like a
And like that's how people break hips,
Yeah.
and it's over.
yeah, and then you make fun of old people, but in reality, it could happen to anybody.
It could happen to anybody. So
Uh-huh.
watch out, y'all. Okay, watch out for those cracks.
Yeah, don't do crack.
No crack.
Don't do crack.
No crack. People are saying hi to Cornwood.
Howdy.
Where were you at the con, Cornwood?
Hell, I should have been there. You know, I went in, I was on my lunch break. Next thing you know, you had dadgum hooligans running around trying to, kiss folks and whatnot. Now, in some sense, they were lucky I wasn't there. Otherwise, somebody was getting shot. Okay? And I mean, hopefully I wouldn't have missed. But I got a rule. It's always shoot last. You know, some people say shoot first. I say, well, if you shoot last, that means they ain't shooting no more.
Yeah.
So, now, in that case, I probably would have been the first and last. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Next time we're probably gonna need, if there's a next time.
You know what's crazy? I talked to John Twitch.
Oh.
Yeah, who's Gan's boss.
Oh.
And I will be in charge of the next TwitchCon.
Oh.
Yeah,
wow,
I will be master of ceremonies at the next TwitchCon, and I will be in charge of all the announcements and everything.
We were joking that no one's gonna come, so it's just gonna be a 3-day Will Neff one-man show. It'll just be Will Neff Con, and it'll be
Will on stage and me on the floor streaming. That's it.
That's it. Just a Will Neff show. If there is a next one, it'll be Neff Con and
Neff Con 5.
Just a one-man show for 3 days straight.
Wait, hold on. Why is there not a Neff Con? And then you could have Neff Con 1, Neff Con 2, Neff Con 3, and then Neff Con 5. Which I don't know what it means, but I've heard the phrase DEF CON 5 before, so it's probably good.
What was it when Kanye West said it?
That was something else.
Well, we're thinking that we should just have NEF Con.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Will, you should start it with NEF Con 5. It should start at 5.
NEF Con 5. Yeah, we can do it like the producers where we try and make it fail too.
Yeah.
It's just, I do a one-man production of Les Mis for 3 days.
One day more. One day more. Da, 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 da.
You play every role.
Yeah.
Every role.
But instead of songs, it's all spoken word poetry, slam poetry. I stole some bread.
You could do Rent.
I have AIDS.
So, Will is on stage having gay sex with himself.
A one-man Will Neff production of
expose,
Rent.
if you will.
Yes, or you
It's just Haas in the audience, like
Haas is just
I was forced to be.
He's just in the back, like.
You give him all the writer's credits. Written by Haas on Twitch, produced by Haas on Twitch.
And the Will climaxes, and it just has a big thing on the screen show up with the spirals.
Haas doing the Don Draper
that's what he does
alone.
on
Yes.
his stream.
Yeah.
On his stream, he has the effects.
Oh, so look out for that next year, folks.
Will Neff in the most powerful performance of a one-man performance of Zone of Interest.
Haas just does Disney Imagineers, all the sets and other characters, and yeah, just Haas and Will.
All right.
Nandre wants to play a tree.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get them fed.
Okay.
Okay. Do you need anything? I got all stuff you like.
Nope, I'm good. Cool. Thank you, Wake. Oh, sorry, I was speaking to him. Oh, I'm confused.
I really would have got that.
I'm sorry. I have become confused.
All right.
Bye.
Chat.
Yeah, you can close it. All right. Okay. Is it hard having that many Neff husbands in one house? What's a girl to do? No, Will is not streaming, and the fact that I'm streaming, he said to me, "You're wacko." So y'all are welcome for me being wacko. Wise Rocks, thank you for the 3 months. Pedro, Steve, thank you for the 15 months. Sorry guys if you couldn't hear. I don't even have a noise gate on. It's just It's the mic. I don't know. I don't know. Basically, all the tea was spilled. So if you missed, sorry. If you missed out on that, then you can blame Nico. Your necklace stack is gorgeous. Thank you so much. I wish Wake was going to China. I do. So that's the next big thing that we have coming up. Because after this weekend, I was also like, I will say one thing about TwitchCon is, well, not just TwitchCon, but events like this is you do feel inspired to kind of get out of your own bubble, you know, and do collabs with people who you like, whose communities you like. So I do, we do have lots of fun content coming up in November. And then people at our meet and greet also mentioned like how much they love the IRL streams. So yeah, we got to do more collabs. So I want to go take a trip to Austin. I'll see the girls down there. I'll go visit Alveus. So that I'll plan for that next year. Is Scordiana also coming? Oh, indeed. The theater kids take China. So speaking of theater kids, I will briefly speak on, don't make me talk about it. I will talk about the Fear and episode, meeting Gianmarco, who is just everything I dreamed of and more. I really, it was one of those funny things where I was like, I'm not a guest. I'm not a guest here. This is not me as a guest. I was filling in for Austin Show because Austin Show was concerned that no one was going to be there for the podcast. And then everybody was there. So it was fine. It worked out. I ended up going anyway because I said, well, Gianmarco and I, we follow each other on Twitter. We're mutuals and we're both theater kids. So he thought it was just going to be Hassan. And we were like, oh, no. We can't have just Hassan, who couldn't even say Gianmarco's name. Couldn't even say his name. So that's why I was like, oh, I'm going to go. And then everyone ended up being able to make it anyway. You said that's moot for real. I did. I really did. So he's so funny. It was really fun doing the episode. And I miss podcasting. I do. I had a few people come up to me this weekend and be like, I'm a knower. I've just gotten into the podcast. I can't believe I didn't know about it before. And it was always one of those like, I have to tell you the bad news. I just tell you the bad news. And people are like, no. I'd be like, the bad news is that I decided that I hate talking. So that's why it ended. OMG, dude, so many. So on the one hand, it was like, okay, knower fans out in the wild. Slay. We love that. But then they didn't know. They did not. I also met somebody at an event. It was like an in real life meeting at an event that was not TwitchCon. And they were like, oh my God, love you and Sam. Just discovered the podcast. So excited to be a knower now. And I guess they didn't know enough. That's true. The knowers did not know enough. So I had to break the news. Would love you to be on Fear and more. We need more Caroline podcasting. Honestly, what I should just do is I should just replace Will. I should be like, sorry, you're out. They're mad Caroline outriz their guest.
This isn't going to help anything, but it's Marvin in falsettos, and he leaves his wife for his male best friend, and it's such a good musical. But if we're going beyond that, Bobby and Company, another possibly gay character, and then Guido in 9, a very straight Italian man, and that is one of the top 3.
My husband
makes movies. He makes them.
This is why I said we should not have
brought
Caroline.
They are theater kids. No, the reason that I needed to be there is because there is an anti-theater kid bias on that podcast. They are responsible for a lot of the a lot of, I think, the oppression against theater kids is coming from the Fear Ann podcast. So that was why, too, I had said to Austin, I was like, don't worry, I will fill in for you. I will hold down the fort. I will make sure that it's called homophobia. It's called, I mean, it's even greater. It's theater phobia, right? It encompasses all of the bigotries, biases, everything. Meanwhile, they're all theater kids. That's the joke of it, right? It's like they're in denial. That's what it is. They are in denial. Did you and Gianmarco vibe? Yeah, absolutely. Hassan Piker, I fucking hate theater nerds. Will not front flips left stage via window, rips off a shirt that says, "My other car is a movie." Hassan, this most beautiful and talented man I've ever seen. I love America. Yeah, these hating ass bitches. And then of course Hassan whips out the opera singing where it's like, oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's like, oh, theater for thee, but not for me. That's what it is. Theater for thee, but not for me. They were all pretty knowledgeable on musicals, every one of them, but the gay member. That's the funny thing is that if Austin had been there, I think he would be the only person who could not have contributed anything to the musical conversation. Gianmarco is like, if all four of them fused together. It's like if we, like the movie Together with Dave Franco and Allison Brie, but if all four of us fused and then Gianmarco was the result. Didn't Hassan go to musicals with his mom growing up? I don't know if I dreamt that or if he told that to the pod at some point. He said that on the episode we just did. He went through the musicals that his mom took him to. Looks of Haas, energy of Will, mental health of Cutie, theater kid of Caroline. The other funny thing was him trying to kind of get a read on Cutie where he couldn't tell. I think he was like trying to figure out if she was okay. It's very much a lot of like, is she good? Is she good? He was so confused. I know. You would see. I wanted to be like, oh, it's okay. She's probably just dissociating. It's all good. Because he would keep kind of looking and then she would make some comments. I will say it's hard. Okay. It is hard with that many people in a room. And also I feel like I couldn't hear some things. And so sometimes she says these little lines and I couldn't hear what she said, but I would see Gianmarco kind of turn and look with concern. So whatever the one-liners, she does she loves to sneak in the one-liners. And as the only person who doesn't know her, and I think he was the only person who heard and was kind of like, what do I... She said the porn movie line and no one reacted, and then Cutie looked at the camera. Yeah, and I think Gianmarco, I think he would hear stuff and then no one else would react, and he'd be like, "What do I?" Some thoughts are inside thoughts. That was a really funny part of the episode. Okay, here's the.
Okay, let me one day more.
Give me one day more. Hit one day more.
Oh no! I feel like you gotta play it for him.
I have pressure. I have too much pressure.
How's that song? One day more. That's it.
You ended a little weak.
Ah!
Yeah. Okay, but honestly,
but I can do opera voice. I've done it before. Remember, I used to do it all the time.
I hate when he does it.
Can I tell you something? And you're not going to believe it.
What?
That you hit that note with
you're not
that space
believe
with
it.
no training. You have a talent.
Oh, thank you.
And I think you're pursuing the wrong
Wait,
things.
I have never heard you do that before.
Yeah.
What was that? That was an F sharp. I bet you that's an F sharp. What do you think?
I don't know any of that stuff. I'm like a peasant, like that grew up in a barn, and then I just discovered that I can make this noise with my mouth.
Okay,
can't see one day more.
Hit
Give
the
me
one
one.
day more. Hit.
I will say when he was going on and on with the opera, I was a little concerned he might shit himself. He was pushing so hard. I was like, oh my God, he might shit. It didn't happen. But maybe one more line. One more line. And it could have happened. And now that would have been a podcast. Hassan Piker sings opera and shits himself. Poo-poo. Really putting the poo-poo in Poo-poo Piker. Cutie said in the episode that her first porno watch was The Hills Have Thighs and then looked right at the camera. What a podcast. And then everybody was shitting on me because I don't watch the podcast. And I was like, you know what? I watch enough because people send me clips. So I know what's going on here. I don't need to watch the podcast because the people inform me of what's happening on the podcast. Honestly, if you were taught how to control, that's what I said. I was like, if he works on control and like on breathing and stuff, I think there's something there because he was hitting the notes. So at least something to work with. You don't need to watch it. Chat watches it and then reports back. Yeah, exactly. HRT works so fast. It really does. HRT is magic. It's magical. Okay. All right. What time is it? It's 7:42. We talked a lot about the good parts of TwitchCon, and I wanted to start off with that because I do think a lot of what has been circulating on the internet is the not good parts. A lot of people saying that they're not going to come back, that they just had a poor experience. People who went and then did not go the final day. So let's chat about that. I also there was stuff like this too. Now, aside from the what happened to Emiru, which was obviously the biggest news from the con, there were other instances of people being harassed. So, for instance, Jade Infinite, who I met yesterday, I think, very lovely. She posted about an interaction she had. Here is her tweet on it. Had such a demoralizing interaction with an IRL streamer last night. He seemed genuinely interested in talking to me and seemed so sweet. And I asked about his stream and hyped him up. When I tried to look at his chat, he panicked and went, "Don't look." Later, I went to his stream and he was just going up to any girl and they were rating if they would fuck her or not. It's just cruel and pathetic. No, I didn't see how I was rated. I just hate wasting any time giving someone positivity while being mocked. Watch out, girls. Just gross, extremely cruel. This is the type of shit that ruins the experience for people. And I think when a lot of attendees were discussing how they are sick and tired of the IRL streamers, of just being used as, being used for these gross clip farming streamers, I think it's instances like this. It's this. Yeah, classic the panic. No, they knew what they were doing. Twitch should ban kick streamers from the con at the bare minimum. Honestly, because this happened last year. It happened last year that kick streamers inside and outside the convention were doing this kind of shit. And it's not cool. Nick Palm, Wake were assaulted last year by a kick streamer who was stalking Frogan, tried to fight Raph. just the vibe from the kick streamers, not good. Not good. I mean, my understanding too, and also what I have read from people on the internet is that there used to have to like submit something to be able to IRL stream, and there were rules. And if you violate rules, you cannot continue to IRL stream on around the premises because of how people have been harassing those who have been attending. And like, there is a difference between if you are streaming and you're at a convention and people are in the background. Okay. You don't need to go up to every single person and be like, do I have permission? Blah, blah, blah. There's a difference between that and then like the camera being shoved in someone's face, following them around, harassing them, trying to get these moments. That is not the same thing. Some people will do anything for a clip. Yes, they will. That is the type of content that they generate. And so content like that requires like rests on harassing people and ruining their experience so that you get your little clip from it. And then that's the shit that circulates online. I'm sure you saw or heard during one of Will's hundreds of segments, someone got interviewed and they said they're a kick streamer and watch Aiden mostly during one of Will's. No, I didn't see that. Vibes def change with kick IRL streamers going full demon mode the last few years. Yes, and it was bad last year. And then I think honestly, it's only continued to get worse. And so I think what I would say about the problems with the convention, it's not, so obviously the situation with the meet and greets and Emmys was, of course, terrible. That never should have happened. But I heard from other people that they did not have security at their meet and greets. There were only Twitch volunteers, which is not the same thing. It should not be on volunteers who are not trained in security, in defense, to be working these meet and greets. So the direct access to streamers like that means that the meet and greets should be especially secure. So it's ridiculous that was not the case. And then even after, Jay, what's up? What's up, Jay? You were one of my highlights, one of the good parts of this weekend. After what happened to Emmy happened, there were still issues. People who were like, not issues like what happened to Emmy, but where there were gaps and something like that could have happened. And I even had some people in my line say like, oh yeah, I just cut over from one of the other, meet and greets, or I just kind of came in even though your meet and greet was filled. And it was people that I knew and that I trusted. So it's not that I was concerned they would do something, but it's like, y'all, how are these still not locked down after what happened on the first day? Leslie said 2 people got in her line without being signed up. That kind of thing. The +1s being allowed. Why were +1s allowed? Why? There was a clip where 3 people just skipped the entire line for S-Fans meet and greet. Yeah, so leading up to... I forgot to get your signature at the meet and greet. I'm so sad. You can just fake it. Just fake my signature. What was I saying? So leading up to TwitchCon, leading up to TwitchCon, you had a number of big streamers announce that they were not going to attend. That includes Cutie, that includes Pokimane, Valkyrae, and then Hassan. Hassan mostly didn't attend, not for his security purposes, but for others. And I remember seeing a lot of people shit on Cutie Ray and Pokey for saying that they didn't want to go because they didn't feel safe. And then after that, Twitch had announced that they were going to be upping the security measures. They're like, look, we've seen what people have been saying. We hear you, and we are taking extra security precautions. So the fact that in the lead up to the con, there was already this concern, the problems that had happened last year, and then day one, that happens. And then the response to it, which was, it's like every way it could have been bad, it was bad. And then the rest of the weekend as well, hearing stories from people or seeing tweets about how there were continued problems. Like there were a lot of people who told me that they just like accessed backstage at places like The Glitch and that nobody stopped them. And it was people who were kind of testing things too, or like after the fact realized that shouldn't have happened. They're like, oh my God, imagine I'm somebody who's there to like, who's a stalker, who's there to cause harm to someone. And I just was able to walk in. I went in the back of the meet and greet, and to get food, and the security there never pushed if I was even allowed to go back there. I could have skipped all the lines, so many holes in the line of defense, and it just kept getting worse. Yes, Haas said that at our meet and greet, he got there early because he was helping out, and he came in and he was sitting in the green room. So it was things like that where I want to be clear. I want to be clear that there are great individuals. My partner manager, my Twitch partner manager is amazing. After what happened to Emmy happened, after she was assaulted, my partner manager messaged me, said, if you don't want to do the meet and greet, that is totally fine, reasonable. You just let me know how you're feeling. And then we talked about, what it was going to be like. I had my security person. He was standing right there. And so I said this at the beginning of the stream. I felt like the team I had was great. The individuals who were there to make the process smooth for me were awesome. My Twitch manager, my security person, but I think that is not necessarily representative of what everyone's experience was. To be fair, Julia, Arthur, and co skipped the checkpoint, not legit security. The real horror is that people in the neon green are not security. There was simply no security at that part of the line. Right. And I have not yet watched Emmy's stream when she talked about it all. So I do want to watch that. And for anybody who missed this, she goes into full detail talking about it. But after that happened to her, I mean, everyone was furious. Everyone was furious because it never should have happened. That's I think what should be a main takeaway here is that it never should have happened. I feel so bad for her, especially because this isn't the first time. Yeah, and I'll talk about this more as I listen to her talking about the situation, but I do know that one thing that she points out is the fact that Emmy is a top streamer. She has the resources to spend on security, and she spent $10,000 on this weekend. And Pokey has talked about how she spends thousands of dollars on security. Most streamers don't have those resources. And the other thing that's so unbelievable here is like Emmy is the largest female streamer. And notoriously, she has horrific stalkers. She last year or earlier this year, sorry, I can't remember my timeline, was stalked on stream. So this has already been a problem. So the fact that there was not the protections for her, it just tells you that it tells you it's not good. It's not good if Emmy Rue was failed this way. Imagine all the untold stories of smaller streamers where this might have happened to them. I will tell you too. And I talked about this after Emmy, Senna, and Ray were stalked on that stream when they went to the pier. I will tell you that pretty much every female streamer I know, no matter the size, 50 viewers, 100 viewers, 500 viewers, 10,000 viewers, has had to deal with stalkers. And those who don't have the resources to deal with this kind of thing feel very alone, and it's very scary. And so it's not just the issue with Twitch dropping the ball completely in this regard, but I think it's the broader issue of how normalized violent how normalized like misogynistic and sexist rhetoric is. And I will always point out the fact that this kind of violence doesn't happen in any type of vacuum. Okay. This is not oh, well, that guy was mentally ill and there's no connection to this being a broader problem. Yes, there absolutely is. Okay. Yes, this individual, this was an individual who did this. And yes, there have been instances of men being assaulted like last year, but we can't ignore the overall problems when it comes to misogynistic and sexist language, homophobia, racism, these bigotries that have been just proliferating and leading to direct acts of violence against people. The permission structure that is created when you have streamers who use this kind of language, who influence their communities to also say these things and think this way. And yeah, not every person is going to act in a directly violent, like a physically violent way, but it is a product of this environment. So I always like to look at stuff as, how did we get here? Yes. Why does something like this happen? And it is not just Twitch doing a terrible job at protecting their streamers, at protecting Emmy specifically in this instance, but it's also the environment that is surrounding this. When you have somebody like Neon, why is Neon a featured creator at TwitchCon? Why did he have a meet and greet? Why is he being propped up by the platform? And then Neon, who goes up to the streamer Emerone and is obviously trying to farm a moment there by being like, you should come to my party because I think you're beautiful, and it's all on camera and she knows exactly what's going on, walks away. And then her friend, who had nothing to do with it, who was just there supporting her as they walk away, and then he says that gross comment about her, how it's always the fat friend. This is a guy who, that's the energy that he's bringing in. That's the type of audience that he has. And then M, the streamer that he did that to, said that she wasn't going to go to TwitchCon on the third day because she was getting so many death threats. Hey, getting many death threats from Neon's fan base. So unfortunately, I won't be going to the con today. It was nice meeting everyone I got a chance to meet, but it's not worth going back. Love you guys. it's not okay. It's not okay in the first place that she and others are subjected to that type of shit. But then to have their experience ruined, to have this weekend, which should be fun, which everyone should feel like that the environment is safe and fun for them to be attending. And where is Twitch? Like Twitch needs, why aren't they saying anything about this? Right. So anyway, I think this is a broader problem is what I'm trying to point out. He blamed his rejection of the friend when in reality he would have been rejected regardless of if she was there or not. And also the way then that clips like this get framed where it's like Neon rejected in all caps after he compliments woman who says he objectified her. It's like that. This is all framed by these drama accounts to just continue sending harassment and threats in the direction of streamers like M and her friend, who then apparently went dark on social media because she was also getting disgusting comments. So streamers like Neon, their communities are directly reflective of the behavior that they are engaging in. And then after something like this happens, why does this guy get to continue being, why does he continue to get to live stream? I mean, this little fucking shit, I will tell you, we were sitting at dinner. And at the block party that was happening right outside, we could see the other thing. Okay, sorry, side note. The other thing too, the new meta is that everybody has a cameraman. So they'll have this like posse around them. They'll have a cameraman. So they will just like, the camera is just moving around to whoever they're going up to and trying to cause problems with. So this is a clip that went viral from this weekend.
Faggots. I'm kidding, but like my brother's gay. The fuck? I kissed two guys at once. How can I be homophobic? You don't know anything. You're just a woman.
You can still be homophobic.
Oh, and what are you? Homosexual?
So this is a prime example of what I'm referring to when I talk about clip farming. Jack Doherty had 300 viewers. He had 300 viewers when he was live. His purpose in doing this kind of shit is to farm these clips that then go onto other platforms. And the type of audience that he has, they love this shit. It's rage bait content. It is like purposefully being as inflammatory as racist and homophobic and misogynistic as you can be, so that you go viral.
A reasonable human being.
How am I homophobic? I love my brother.
You're not just hear all his slurs.
Doesn't mean I'm homophobic just because I say a faggot. I'm homophobic. Faggot. I'm homophobic.
What was reasonable?
And nothing's gonna happen to me. That's the problem. No, I'm kidding. But listen, like, you know what I mean?
She's walking away.
She walked up and flipped you off.
Yeah, you walked up and flipped me off, bro. You have nothing to say to me. I'm not homophobic. Wait, time.
You want to know why? Because somebody like him, we could see outside, is that they're just roaming around. He's got his fake ass posse with him. He's got his camera crew and the lights to make himself look like a big deal. And then they just fuck with people. Like, that's what they do. They are there for one purpose, and it is to harass people so that they can get moments from, and the big ass security guards. Yes. Someone said he sounds like Naperville Pitbull, and I can't unhear it.
Time out. What if I wasn't homophobic? What else do you have to say to me?
Transphobic, homophobic.
That for sure. None of my family members are trans, so.
The hairline's receding. That's why the curls are on the forehead.
You wish, boy. My dad's 69 and had full head of hair. You wish. Now, give me.
The culture in this space has created an incentive structure. This kind of behavior to be treated as content. It's fucked and it needs to change. So, so this is also a problem with the con and why people don't want to go. They don't want to go because there's these little shit fucks who are roaming around. They are just getting in people's faces. They are trying to get their clips, and it is only creating more of this. Like, if things don't change, then TwitchCon is just going to continue to have more and more of this bullshit.
I need a good comeback. I need something from you. You're full of hate. I need you to have one good, hateful comment on me. Something that makes sense. Something that's true. Because I'm not.
I think he's better looking than you.
No, because you have nothing to say. You have nothing to say.
I pulled this.
You're speechless. What is that? It's a fucking Pokemon card, dog. Like, she was saying mean things to me.
Oh, I was telling you he's homophobic, and then he just said...
faggot, bro.
But it's like, that's not a big deal. My brother's gay. I can say faggot.
This is a dumb clip you're farming.
Yeah, see, and then Wake perfectly calls it out. He's like, "This is a dumb clip. You're just farming. You're just farming."
I can say it. If a word offends you, you can cry about it. You really can. But I can.
Wake in this moment here looks at him and is like, "You are not worth the energy. You
have nothing to say.
You are not
It's
worth
a
the
fucking Pokemon
energy."
card, dog. Like, she was saying mean things to me.
Oh, I was telling you he's homophobic, and then he just said...
faggot, bro.
But it's like, that's not a big deal. My brother's gay. I can say faggot.
And I need you guys to know, okay, Christian has to deal with the runoff of this slop. All right. People come into Christian's stream. He's not that big of a streamer. Okay. He's out here. He's obviously gay and proud of it. And he has to deal with homophobic losers coming into his chat. And they basically, it's like they're repeating shit that these streamers that they listen to do as content. Now, do I think it's always a one-to-one? No, but there's no denying the influence that streamers like this have on this space. And so I think it's important to remember that, like, this is not just it doesn't go outside of someone like Jack Doherty's community. And he's not the only one, but it's contributing to a really hostile environment. And it's making it, and it's not just happening on the internet, right? Like, this is happening outside at a Twitch convention. So this is not just relegated to internet, right? Like, you know, somebody harassing you in the comments on Twitter or something. It's like people come up too and they say this shit. Wake thought about it. Look at him. He's like, look at this little punk ass.
This is a dumb clip you're farming.
I can say.
Yeah. Oddmac, thank you for the Prime. Knocked Ox, thank you for the 38 months. Evil Monkey, thank you for the 14 months. Old Iced Coffee, thank you for the 3 months. Fable Gray, thank you for the gifted sub. Def Not Russian Bot, thank you for the 2 months. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's watch Emmy talking about what happened.
Samurai, we have a city to burn. Okay, so first of all, you guys will have to forgive me because...
Have you talked about Amaran's clip yet? I haven't, but like, look, just a couple of losers looking for attention. And people were streaming and those 2 losers were like trying to come in the background. So I'm not going to give her attention. She and her husband just are so desperate for it, and I'm not going to give it to them. It's just loser shit.
Not meant to be doing streams like this. I meant to be playing fucking dress up in my room, playing video games, okay? I did not want to have to do like a stream like this. Like, it feels like I'm doing like a fucking press conference or something. But first of all, hope you guys are all feeling okay. Sorry you had to see that. You know what I'm supposed to be doing right now, actually? I'm supposed to be going over my run-up show for my TwitchCon show, which I am still doing, by the way, because of all the work that the production staff and the cosplayers in it put into it.
She did this and then immediately went on stage for the biggest show at Twitch, just an FYI. This is the show that they did at the Glitch Theater, and she, prior to that, was like, I need to address what happened because now I've been forced into a situation that I have to talk about it. That I have to talk about everything that happened. And then right after, they went and did the show for 2 hours.
It's not their fault that happened. I'm still gonna do it. But yeah, I don't even know where to fucking start. I don't know if you guys can see this. I wrote fucking notes for this because there's so much stuff that I feel like needs to be talked about, which is also why I was very aggressive in my tweet earlier today, which is, I mean, you guys know me. I am never like that, but I just feel like, in a way, it's my responsibility, you know what I mean? Because it's not just about me, like this could have happened to anyone. Honestly, for all we know, this could have already happened to someone, a small streamer, and someone just wasn't filming it. Which, okay, I'll just start this by saying, shout out to the guy who filmed it and put it on Twitter.
And she's right, and she mentions small streamers, and then I know she mentions I know she mentions them again because the point she's trying to bring up is that she doesn't want to have to address this in this regard. But the fact that she is as high profile as she is and this happened to her, and so there's a lot of eyes and attention on her, she's going to talk about it because a lot of streamers who are smaller are most likely experiencing similar abuses where maybe it's not somebody coming up in line at a meet and greet, but maybe it's because they didn't even show up due to the threats that were made. Like, I remember when I talked to Alyssa Mercante when she wrote a piece for Rolling Stone after Emmy, Cinna, and Ray were stalked at the pier. And Autumn, the streamer Autumn, her name is Autumn Rhodes, she talked to Alyssa for that piece. And Autumn is not a very big streamer. She has dealt with some of the most insane stalkers that finally she had the opportunity to speak on because Alyssa reached out to her. Because after that incident with the girls happened, a lot of female streamers, I could feel this rage that has been suppressed for the most part. And they started sharing their stories and talking about what they have to deal with. And it's important to understand that this is not something happening to Emmy because she's a big streamer and therefore, like, this is not something that she would be dealing with otherwise. Is she married to Garrett? Yes. But I think it's important to note that Emmy being one of the top streamers, the biggest female streamer, and this still happening to her as far as like Twitch dropping the ball is awful.
Because last night after this happened, I was thinking like, fuck, like I have to talk about this. Like, people need to know that this happened. Like, how am I gonna do that? And then someone happened to post it on Twitter. So thank fucking God I didn't have to figure that out myself. Which, okay, like I said, this is gonna be a mess because I'm not meant to be doing these kinds of streams. I don't think that Twitch would have put out an official statement if that clip wasn't posted and going viral. And even after the fact that that clip was posted and going viral, as far as I know, the other people who had meet and greets today were not reached out to ask if they wanted extra security or if they even wanted to cancel their meet and greet. Like, maybe some people were, but I know for a fact Extra Emily wasn't. My personal manager made sure that she had extra security. No one reached out to her. Don't know about everyone, but I know that for a fact. Okay, so let's just...
Yeah. It's fucked because they fucked up leading up to the convention and then fucked up after this happened to Emmy. And the only reason that they put out a statement, appeared to like be doing things, was because of Emmy and her team. How do they just not care? Well, that's the question that a lot of people have been asking. They're like, why did this happen? And then why was the response afterwards what it was?
Start from the beginning, because I want to be able to run through everything before the show starts. The show starts in a fucking hour. Okay, my notes are a fucking mess. It looks like a schizo board. But yeah, again, thank you to the guy that put it on Twitter. Thank you to the people that talked about it. Because otherwise, I don't know if anything would have been done or would have been taken seriously. Straight up.
Did you already cover the insanely parasocial advertisements for TwitchCon? No, I didn't.
So I'm just gonna go through, from my perspective, what happened, what I saw, the order of events. So I was doing my meet and greet, and I've seen people saying that it was an obligation given to me, like to be a featured creator and to have my show, I had to do a meet and greet, which is true.
I'll talk about Iron Mouse's tweet after.
But as far as I know, there's some people that canceled. Regardless, I didn't cancel. I thought it was going to be fine. So I show up at 4. I'm doing my meet and greet. This happened about 30 minutes into my meet and greet, so I was probably only like 20 to 30% done with my meet and greet. I was just taking a picture with someone else, like completely normal, nice guy.
Yeah.
And then
Also was pissing me off to see people on the internet who were giving that guy shit. He was a fan who, what was he supposed to do? Why is he getting shit on here? Okay. And you know what it was? It was people being like, if that had been me, I would have jumped that guy's ass. Where it's like, okay, let's not make this about you. It wasn't you, and let's not make this about you. Okay? Classic dudes being like, oh, well, I would have protected this woman. I would have protected this woman. This guy's a loser. It's like people, he didn't know what was happening. Emmy, it was confusing. And then it happened, and like that guy had nothing to do with it. Completely missing the point.
I see out of the corner of my eye.
If I was there, I would have stopped 9/11.
Walking around the side of the meet and greet, and he crosses in front of the meet and greet of the person to the left of me, which is a VTuber. So he's able to walk up and in front of another streamer's meet and greet, and then he walks up to me, and he's like walking with a purpose. You know what I mean? And he grabs me, but I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Like, but in my head, I'm like, it seems like he's supposed to be here, and then he leans in like he's gonna tell me something. So in my head, I'm like, maybe it's like TwitchCon staff like coming to let me know something, because like sometimes it'll happen where you're at an event and someone will like come up to like let you know something. You know what I mean? But I'm still like freaked out because he grabbed me. That's not normal. And then he grabs my face and he leans in and lips puckered, tries to kiss me. And I start screaming. You can't hear it in the clip, but I'm fucking screaming my head off. And then my security, Twitch's security, is like nowhere near me, nowhere to be found. I can see them, but they don't do anything. My security jumps up and shoves the guy away from me and is like, get the fuck out of here. and he's allowed to walk away and leave.
Yeah, okay, so that is a major fucking problem. That is a major fucking problem that Twitch security, and again, I think an issue there is that they hire temporary security for the convention, not necessarily people who are who are experienced in this kind of work. And okay, so the fact that he was able to just walk away, and then there was another clip of him that somebody got of him leaving the convention. And to be crystal clear, what happened was a crime. That was assault. That was a crime. And absolutely, he should have been detained. There is no, oh, well, I don't think they're allowed to do that. Yes, they are, and they should have. Absolutely. They do that if someone steals a Snickers bar from Walgreens. A Walgreens security person will detain somebody until the cops come. This was a felony assault. Did they catch him afterwards? Well, I don't know if there's an update there, but as far as we knew, he was just free. He just walked away free.
Yeah, so then after this point, I did not see a lot of what happened here. This is just based off what people in the line told me. My friend Bonnie, who was there, told me, and Melissa, my manager, told me. So the woman who moved me away from the meet and greet was my personal manager. That was not Twitch staff. No one in Twitch staff came up to me to like see what was going on. My manager and Bonnie moved me to the back, and they're like hugging me and being like, do you want to finish your meet and greet, basically. And I was back there for like a minute, and I was like, you know what, like I want to finish it because like of all these people here that, you know, they're just nice, normal people. And I go back out.
Because I think Emmy also recognizes, and this is what streamers have been saying, that like there is no con without the streamers. They sell tickets because people are there to see streamers. And so I think she felt, well, all these people bought tickets, came here to attend something like a meet and greet. I mean, basically, for a lot of the big streamers, they do shows and then maybe a meet and greet. And then that's really the only opportunity to see them if you are attending as a fan.
There, and still there's no one from Twitch there, and the poor guy that I was taking the picture with originally, he's like fucking mortified, and he's like what the fuck just happened? And again, no one from Twitch there. I say to this guy, I'm like, I'm sorry you had to see that, and he's like, no, like, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Why am I having to tell the TwitchCon attendees and my fans, sorry you had to see that, and not like someone from Twitch or Twitch security? Anyway,
yeah.
So I didn't see this. This is just what.
Oftentimes streamers visit TwitchCon at a loss to help out the company with promo. Yes. And because they know that the fans are there for them. I'm going to be honest. The convention kind of sucks. The only good part is the Artist Alley. The Artist Alley is great. But otherwise, it's not like a Comic-Con or an Anime Con where a lot of people are there for the convention itself. TwitchCon is a convention that people are there primarily for the streamers who Twitch is promoting to them are going there. Like, you go for the streamers, go for the community. The only reason I went this year, I will tell you, the only reason I still went this year is because of the community, because I didn't want to cancel the meet and greet. I knew that people were bummed that Cutie and Hassan and Ray and other people who I am in a circle with, like people I'm friends with. So we probably have, shared fans. They weren't going. And it is something where that's just how this convention works. So Twitch in profiting off of the streamers being there, because that is what sells the tickets, then not protecting the streamers who are going really, really just for the fans. Not protecting them. It's just outrageous. I mean, there's no getting around it.
My friend and my manager were telling me.
This is why I stopped going. TwitchCon's whole setup for their booths and convention is trash outside of the meet and greets. Yes, and also Artist Alley is amazing. Artist Alley is great. And that's really like the other spot that streamers will go to, because it's a shining aspect of the convention. I, for one, appreciate you, Will, coming to your meet and greet. It was wonderful meeting you two after this insanity. And that it's always wonderful to get to be with the community. And that's like why too it's shitty all around for viewers, for streamers, when that experience is ruined, when that experience is taken over by these overshadowed by these failures like this, by these shithead IRL streamers who are not there for community. Okay, they are like the antithesis to community. I used to work for one of the largest gaming conventions, and you're right, Artist Alley is the only worthwhile non-streamer aspect, and then it treats their streamers like props that should be grateful the con is even put on. Do you know how big of a scandal will be all over every news outlet on the planet if something like this happened to like a Margot Robbie or something? It's just proof of how the world still sees streamers as well, and probably how Twitch sees them internally. And I think there need to be conversations about how, streamers are not traditional celebrities, but they are celebrities. Streamers like Emiru are major celebrities. And on top of that, it's not the majority of fans, but there is the danger of parasocialism in the form of harassers, stalkers, people who are a threat to the streamer's security that needs to be taken as seriously as celebrities in more traditional industries. There was that YouTuber years ago. That is Christina Grimmie. Yes. And a lot of people were talking about Christina. We're talking about the crazed stalker who killed her. And how there seems to not be this understanding with the dangers. And also there was the streamer in Japan. The streamer in Japan who was stabbed to death. So this is not just a hypothetical, This is not just a hypothetical, the dangers. And I think ultimately everyone I talk to, including Emmy, like Bonnie, the assault was horrifying and traumatic in its own right. But I think too, the concern being that Emmy could have been killed, that this guy could have had a weapon, and it seemed in the clip that he seemed to have something. So it was not just the reaction to what happened, but what could have happened on top of that.
The Twitch security kind of got together after that, and we were like, wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't even see what happened, haha, and just started talking about something else. So it's like, okay. And then that's the events of what happened, just to like line all that up.
Also, and so this is who I was talking about. No, this is recent. This is recent. Korean streamer murdered after arguing with VIP viewer who donated $70,000 to her. This is from like a week and a half ago. Yoon Jia, a TikToker and live streamer with over 300,000 followers, was discovered on a mountainside in Muju County, North Jeolla Province on September 11th. Her body showed signs of bruising and strangulation. People believe she was killed about 30 minutes after her final broadcast ended. The suspect, a man in his 50s, identified only as Choi, was a longtime supporter who had donated roughly 100 million won under the nickname Black Cat. He allegedly told Yoon he was the CEO of an IT company, but reports later revealed he was deeply in debt and his home had been seized in a forced auction. According to Cho's son, Choi convinced Yoon to enter a business partnership with him after becoming a VIP-level donor on her live streams. However, Yoon had recently tried to cut ties, reportedly exhausted by his controlling behavior and demanding schedule. It's horrifying, and I am so sick and tired of the response to this kind of stuff being, well, women shouldn't go to events. Women shouldn't accept donations. Women should. It's like, because that puts the onus then on women. That is circumventing the real problem here. And it should not be that women or, other frequent targets of really dangerous, threatening behavior should not be kept from public spaces, from, being able to do this kind of stuff that men do and don't face issues at this scale and at this, frequency. And to people who said Emmy was overacting, like, hello, someone, yeah, no, those are just dumbasses. Just dumb fucks. Stalking needs to be criminalized. Yeah, I mean, we were having this conversation after that happened to Emmy, Sinha, and Ray at the pier, right? We had that conversation. We're having this conversation again. You were correct. The Japanese one was from earlier this year. Online influencer stabbed to death in Tokyo while live streaming. Police in Japan have charged a man with the murder, saying he was a follower who had tracked her location by the buildings behind her as she filmed herself. Yeah, I covered this when this happened as well. So these are two instances from this year. Two instances from this year. I'm speaking specifically about the lack of legislation around stalking, and unfortunately, a lot of stalking victims, including people I personally know, they do not have legal recourses, and basically, it's okay, well, we can't do anything until you're dead. Is kind of the vibe of like, as soon as you're killed, then we can do something about it, or, badly harmed, like physically harmed. But otherwise, oops, sorry. The burden on the victims to withstand physical harm before anything is done is ridiculous. Yeah, call us if something happens. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I'll call you from the grave. Thank you. Okay, what is this? Hey, so I played for Blue Checkmark solely, so I should talk about this and hopefully spread more awareness of why this shouldn't have happened to hopefully keep my friends stay safe. I work at cons. Disclaimer, I do not represent the con I work for or speak for them in any way. I'm speaking solely from a place of experience as to what I've observed as both a con attendee and a con visitor for over 15 years. Every year I work for a 4-day con with thousands of attendees and celebrity guests. This isn't to brag or try to get clout. I'm stating this to explain I have experience. One year, we found out a major YouTuber had quietly come to the con and had been spotted by his attendees. For his safety, We immediately had a detail of plain-clothed members of staff dispatched to help protect him and also keep people from crowding him or creating incidents that would cause a fire hazard due to people blocking pathways or exits. For meet and greets, signings, photo ops, we use gaff tape, barriers, multiple bodies whenever possible, an area with limited access so we can keep track of who's coming and going, and there was always multiple members of our staff alongside their staff. Even smaller creators, we make sure that they are in a position to be well taken care of. We also have constant communication with our teams at all times. This should never have happened. There should have been at minimum multiple rope barriers and several TwitchCon or convention staff nearby to direct people where the line was and to keep people moving and from approaching her like this. In some of the videos, I can see one rope barrier. That is it. With Emmyrou already having been in danger earlier this year at a stalking case, the incident with Valkyrie and Senna, and Emmyrou raising concerns over her favored and preferred bodyguard being banned after a similar incident, TwitchCon staff owed her safety, more than one singular rope and more than one guard. There should have been multiple ropes so you can see someone trying to duck through before they get in. The high fabric barriers, multiple staff patrolling, both security and regular staff to look for suspicious behavior, and handlers who, yes, stand in the way of onlookers taking pictures. And the thing is, too, if you look at like meet and greet photos of, say, I don't know, a major celebrity like Ariana Grande, okay? And in the Twitch space, that is who an Emmyrou is. You will see security. Like, you will see how protected the talent is. It's very layered. Do they ruin the shots? Yes. Well, you know what? We already have the lighting ruining the shot, so who gives a shit, right? Twitch is like, ooh, we're going to ruin your shots anyway by having like hospital ass lighting. So the shot is already ruined. Okay? Sandwich is vouching. Everybody will vouch and say the shot is already ruined by the horrific lighting they use. So who gives a shit about having security and staff in the background around as the photos are being taken? Okay? This is not your wedding pictures. Although some people might think it is. Do they ruin the shots? Yes, but you can have them out of the way for the fans in line while still creating a safe environment for Emmy. Onlookers don't need a perfect shot without guards, and that would create safety for Emmyrou. I went to Comic-Con as an attendee. Every meet and greet or signing I saw had plain clothes staff leaning on the table and uniformed staff present at the lines. The rope lines were zigzag, so it would delay anyone trying to run in. TwitchCon, you failed Emmyrou. You failed your female creators and female attendees. In just a few hours, you've shown parasocial fans that you've created an environment where this is possible. While the public decries this and demands reform, there are those who are watching this and seeing that this is possible. Yes, that's the other aspect of it. If I'm a crazed stalker, I'm looking at this and going, oh, wow, it's actually pretty easy to access these streamers. I've been going to cons for 15 years. The complete negligence on display at TwitchCon convinced me that Twitch just sees streamers as human-shaped revenue machines. Yes. And I saw a lot of comments in chat. They had chat on stream during the show after Emmy did her stream, and people were like talking about like Twitch pimping out their streamers. But how is Twitch supposed to know what good lighting is? Okay. Yeah, to be clear too, I don't think the lighting was the biggest problem of the weekend. I'm not even a big streamer. I didn't feel safe for the brief time I was there. I heard that from a lot of people, and a lot of people who didn't go because in the past they have had bad experiences. And because when this is the environment that is increasingly worsening, then it's scaring off more and more people. The vibes were evil. And as I said, look, we spent the first hour and a half talking about the good stuff. And I wish that was the main takeaway. But I do think this stuff needs to be addressed, not just for future TwitchCons, but because of the broader problems here that I try and talk about all the time on stream. as it relates to, you know, not just the platform and not just the internet, but also just these issues that are endemic in society. These are societal issues too. So like this is big picture stuff as well. To my female femme presenting friends at TwitchCon, please be safe. Be aware of your surroundings. If something seems off, trust your gut. Male, masculine, buffer friends, watch out for the smaller people. Demand refunds, demand change. Be vocal about situations like this. This isn't overreacting. Look up stories like Christina Grimmie. That happened in 2016. That wasn't that long ago. Always protect your drinks. Travel in groups. Do not say your hotel room number out loud. If you suspect you're being followed, tell your hotel staff. When the con gives you an option for a survey, tank the survey and explain why. Do not be quiet about this. Be loud. Use your voice. To Emmy, I'm sorry you were failed. I hope you were able to recover from this safely. Stay safe. Everyone on Twitch, do better. For fuck's sake.
But I didn't talk at all about the aftermath of all of this at all. And I don't think anyone knows this, save for like maybe some streamers that I'm friends with that came to spend time with me or that I talked to last night. Whew, okay.
Lux, thank you for the raid.
So I finished the meet and greet, and I was escorted back to my hotel by my
Hunt and Farm, thank you for 11 months.
Oh, and also, by the way,
Clay Fairy,
I've seen
thank you for
clips, people bringing up clips of me talking about how my previous favorite security guard was permabanned from TwitchCon because at a previous TwitchCon 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a stalker and he held him by the arm until police got there. And because of that, he was indefinitely banned from TwitchCon. Like from all of TwitchCon, not just the venue, because that was in Las Vegas. Anyway, that just a side note. Okay, man, I wrote down a lot of shit here. Okay, can I just also say, what you guys are seeing here is character development. I've always been the person who never says shit. Like, I just want everyone to have fun and for things to go well. Why am I the person who has to do this?
By the way, that security guard who held onto that guy, like, he's totally allowed to do that. Okay, so ridiculous. It's just absurd that he was banned.
Anyway, after I'm escorted back to my hotel, I let some of my friends know. They come to my hotel to see me and spend time with me, like make sure I'm okay and everything. And then my manager's letting me know. She says, okay, my manager, I've contacted the police. They're gonna come talk to you about pressing charges, etc. They're trying to find the guy. They haven't found him. I'm like, what? Anyway, so at some point while I'm with my friends, a police officer comes and talks to me, interviews my manager, talks to my Twitch partner manager, who, by the way, she's so sweet. Like, she didn't do anything wrong here. All of that happens, and then I'm complaining to my friends. I'm like, the fuck do I do here, guys? Like, I have to talk about this, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, like, don't worry about that right now. And then suddenly Wake's like, wait, why is my Discord saying hope Emmy's okay? And I'm like, oh, fuck. I guess the clip got posted. Again, thank God someone was filming, because otherwise I don't think Twitch would have said anything.
What did the guy do to be detained by your security guard? This was a previous instance, I think at TwitchCon 2 years ago, where one of her stalkers had appeared. And so her security guard had detained him. This was in 2022. Yeah. So her security guard detained him because he was holding on to the guy to detain him. Then the result of it was Twitch perma-banning him. So he was not allowed he's not been allowed to be with Emmy at these Twitch events.
So after that, I start getting a lot of messages. I'm responding to people, and my manager comes back to me, and she's upset. She's like, okay, I've been talking to Twitch people, and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event, and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now.
Here's Emmy addressing that private security in Vegas.
You do a crime, you go to fucking jail, or at least that's how it's supposed to be.
2 years ago, where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon, and he like asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him, and the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't.
Like, the craziest part about this is every fucking content creator has experiences like this. Every single one. Every single one. Okay? FYI, the person who made this tweet made a death threat against you. This person, I can
Okay,
eat
I
it.
just- okay.
Look through
We the people. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. You get the gist of it. It was a guy at, no, it's fine. It's fine. I just want to keep watching this. It was a guy at Vegas who was stalking her. And the security guard had said to stop, to go away. Didn't stop. So eventually he detained him because he was stalking. Proving his point. Yeah. I mean, it's absurd. I mean, this is another issue too. It's very funny. It's very funny to see streamers talking about this and I can't believe this happened to Emmy. And it's like, oh, well, So, hey, I would just like to share my own experience. And a lot of the comments that I was getting this past week leading up to TwitchCon, which made me concerned for my own safety, is coming from male content creators who are contributing to this environment. Okay. They are in their own behavior contributing to this harassment and threats. And if you go, oh, you can't blame them, really, because sometimes what we'll do is see who's made the comment and then see whose streams they're a fan of or YouTube's they're a fan of. And where they're coming from. Okay, so not everybody is probably going to be talking about this situation in the way that I feel the need to, but I want to be clear that I don't think the sole problem here is Twitch's failures. Absolutely, Twitch failed so many ways. And just continued to fail. And this never should have happened to Emmy. But I'm talking about the broader issues of what not just Emmy or big female streamers experience, but what a lot of people, especially women, trans, and other queer people, bigger problem ultimately. Yes. Okay. I had to open up my comments this past week, which I usually don't like to do. A lot of my DMs are closed because I needed to just know what I was walking into. So I will say that to male streamers who are calling out what happened to Emmy, please, this is like a call to action. Please do not be contributing yourselves to the environment that is so hostile for women. And it shouldn't just matter if it's somebody who's a personal friend. And I think this is what happens almost in the same regard that like a homophobic dad will be like, yeah, I hate gays, but I love my gay son because that's my son. Okay, but every other gay son, can go to hell. Where it should not be, it should not, you're opposing this type of, these types of bigotries and, Jack Doherty being like, I have a gay brother, while I also just throw slurs around. Anyway, your support for women should not be conditional on if you are personally friends with them. Please. I mean, I saw a Tectone tweet. I saw a Tectone tweet that was like, I can't believe this guy got only banned for 30 days. I've been banned for longer for calling a woman fat and a whore. Where it's like, that's not the argument that you think it is. That's not the argument that you think it is. On the one hand, absurd that guy who did this to Emmy was banned for only 30 days initially. Yeah, that's ridiculous. But to try and like make a point about how absurd that short length of ban was by pointing out that you were banned longer for calling someone a whore and fat. It's like, please understand, like, make the connections here. We need to stop using dehumanizing language. Because you know what happens? What happens when people have been dehumanized is that it leads to violence against them. How many times have we talked about this in the past couple years when talking about how people treat, for instance, Palestinians? Prime example of dehumanizing language, which then leads to creates this environment where then violence is normalized against people who've been dehumanized, or immigrants in this country, immigrants being so dehumanized, which then creates permission for violence that's committed against them.
And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I asked them.
Did you see Peach's reply to him?
You know, like, what are they going to do about this? And you know what they said initially?
She was on a roll this weekend.
They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. 30 days.
What? And then she's obviously like, hello? Like, that needs to be indefinite. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, that's like nothing to do with anything. No one gives a fuck if he's banned on Twitch or not. Like, we're talking about the convention here. So they changed it to indefinite. Takes an hour for that to happen, by the way. These two people are the head of security for Amazon and the head of risk for Twitch.
Yeah, longer than her security guard.
Also, later the same night, I'm not gonna drop names here because I wasn't there, so I didn't see it. But I had multiple people tell me that key Twitch representatives last night were out partying. Okay. Oh, also another detail. Sorry, my lines are all crazy here.
Sure, I know what you meant. Was the guy even a streamer? I don't know.
My Twitch didn't approach my manager to talk to their head of security. It took them 2 hours to approach her to talk about what happened. And by then she had already talked to police and called a lawyer on her own. My manager, Melissa.
Have you given thoughts on the CEO Dan Clancy's actions on this? We can watch the clip from Taylor's interview after.
And they showed her a photo of the guy that I believe a fan took, by the way. A fan took a photo of him, not one of their security guards. They're like, oh yeah, here's this photo. We're like gonna find him. He still had his badge and his wristband and everything. The guy. So, yeah, I really feel like a lot of this process wouldn't have happened if it weren't for my manager advocating for me so hard.
Also, I just want to say her manager's amazing. Her name is Melissa. I had a long conversation with Melissa Saturday night. I saw her outside the hotel, and I said to her, I was like, you're amazing. And she was like, no, this is what everyone should do. This is what everyone in this situation, how proactive and how much they should have then acted in this way. And so we were talking about it, and I mean, Melissa's one of the few women managers who I think is at this level with having such a high profile client like Emmy. And she was just talking about how it feels often like she's one of the only voices trying to bring attention to these problems. And so I said, we were just chatting, and I was like, we were both like, we need to do something. We need to do something here. And I think too, this is similar to when the stalking incident happened at the pier, and then a lot of female streamers spoke out and shared their own experiences, and just also the amount of women who've come up to me and we've had conversations. I think there almost feels this need for like a collective statement, something that is pointing out these issues that plague women, whether they are streamers or viewers, and how something needs to be done about this, because it feels like it is becoming worse and worse. And I do think that feels reflective also of, at least in the United States of America, our current politics and just the type of rhetoric that's used daily from some of the most powerful people in this country. It feels like everything is Gamergate. I got to be honest. It feels like Gamergate was no longer this is no longer this incident, this like singular incident. It feels now that everything is Gamergate. And I'm not gonna pretend like there aren't major problems, and major problems happening not just to do having not just to do with Twitch not protecting female streamers like Emmy at the convention. Yeah, hold on.
Again, I'll get to that later. I'll keep going here. So they also showed my manager some security footage of the area, and the guy was he was waiting for there to be a gap in security, and there was. He was able to walk through the side, not through like the 2 lanes of meet and greet people who had signed up and been like background checked for my meet and greet. So he was able to just walk through because there just wasn't like consistent security there. Oh my gosh. And then so yeah, that's basically my day yesterday. And then today, this morning, I was told that Amazon flew in their global head of something to redesign the whole process and security of the con for the rest of the convention. Why wasn't there someone like that here already? Or like they didn't do that beforehand? Like, hello? I'm sorry. So yeah, they.
Girl, Neon got invited back after attacking a live trans streamer. Twitch invited Neon. Oh, and then gave him a meet and greet. Yeah. This was him last year. Allowing men who did this last year to come back and rewarding them will turn the space. This is exactly what I'm.
W community,
yeah.
man. W community.
All kinds of crap about me,
They
to misgender me,
Oh
to
my
troll
God.
me, all of the things that I was just talking about. Yet you came up here and disingenuously started to act like you were.
You're
my
yapping.
friend. No, I won't shut up.
All right, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. Yo, stop, bro. He's doing too much, bro. You're doing too much, bro. Stop following me. Stop following me. Stop following me. Stop following me. Let's go.
Leon is a homophobe.
Oh my God, I'm a homophobe. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Do something. I don't care. Sure.
Into my stream.
I just wanted to say what's up.
And then you brought your community in here.
Yeah, and they're always like, what? I'm not doing it. I just want to say hi. What? I'm just inviting you to the party because I think you're beautiful. It's bullshit. I mean, it makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. So mad. Why the fuck was Neon given a meet and greet? Why was he a featured creator? Why is he allowed to be still live streaming in Twitch when this is the type of stuff that he does? You just ripped ass. Are you so upset by all of this that you're Putin? Oh my God. Continuing, you know what? This is pure misogyny coming in here to just fart on me. God. He does that here because he's been jumped multiple times out in other public areas. Smells like neon. Oh, are you making a statement about how this is all shit? Is that what you're doing? Okay, let's continue on. Lost Light, thank you. Analog, thank you. Legit, thank you. Colossal Disappointment, Not Brian Games, thank you very much.
I guess they know that they fucked up really bad if they're flying in their Amazon's global head. And also, I want to make it clear so that people understand this. I am so lucky and privileged, okay? Do you know how much I spent on security to be able to come to this event in the first place? But I'm not just talking about yesterday, I'm talking about my security for my RV trip that I did with my friends and stuff. I spent over $10,000. Some people who stream on Twitch don't even make $10,000 in a year. What the fuck are they supposed to do? If you watch the clip, the security guard who pushes the guy away is my security. The woman who pulls me to the back, my manager. If you're a small streamer and you don't have those resources, or someone in your line's not filming, what the fuck do you do? No one would have known. It's actually fucking insane. I'm genuinely angry. I am not an angry person. It's just ridiculous. And honestly, I genuinely think there have been other people who have been sexually assaulted, groped, who fucking knows, worse, at these conventions, and just nobody knows. Because like I said, they didn't post any kind of announcement, weren't letting other streamers with similar events as me, similar meet and greets know, until there was a viral clip. And by the way, they can't even mention my name in it. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Here's an example of this. So I saw this person post. This is my longtime stalker, Matt Brockett, saying on his Twitch live stream that he planned to harm me at TwitchCon 2022. Hundreds of us begged Twitch to ban him with no response, and TwitchCon never responded to my request to keep him out of the venue.
Either we can do this peacefully, or it's gonna get ugly. It has to get ugly. It's gonna make. She thinks that she moved and stuff, that she's safe. We know where she is. I have money to spend. I'll drop 100K on this, not even blink. I'm gonna take it to another level. You tell me if you want to end this, we'll end it. We'll make the terms. Not you. We'll make the terms. My heart. I've got evil in there. It's lingering. I don't know if it lingers. I've had to hold it back for a while because I can do stuff that's just not. I don't want to do it. I'm telling you, I really want to. The fucking darkness in me just wants to come out. Like,
this guy made a streamer org years ago, and I was in it. He's fucking crazy. Yeah, and that he feels comfortable. Saying this on his stream.
Goddamn demon. Bad thing. I actually don't think if I did what I want to in my mind, I couldn't come back from it. I wonder if she's going to TwitchCon. I'm going to TwitchCon. I'll be at TwitchCon. Please go. Please. I was hoping that maybe she would be at PAX East. She was. I don't think she was there. We could have handled it in person. She thinks she won. I'm telling you right now. Watch the next couple of days unfold. It's gonna be real bad. It's gotta come out. You know, I fucking held it back for all these fucking years. And for what? I'm letting it all out.
But like I said, I mean, I will find out.
It's gonna hurt. It's gonna fucking sting. It's gonna hurt.
This reminds me of the guy who ran over 2 girls for Charlie Kirk the other month. Yeah, where he was on his stream talking about these women that he ended up killing, that he killed, and that they were going to pay for their jokes about Charlie Kirk.
I hope you know that, and I know you're pissed.
Yeah, it was a story. It barely got media attention,
and it's finally, it's gonna sting. Because it gets real starting tomorrow. If you don't call something, well, that's not right. I'll give it to the end of the week. If you don't call some kind of truce by the end of the week, then it's gonna get real bad. And there's nothing I can do anymore because you're leaving me no chance.
Yeah, and one of the girls had made complaints about that guy. What a sick fuck. And then here is a clip from, I think it was a YouTube stream of this guy who then killed these 2 girls.
I gotta get drop P5 tonight.
Hey, whenever Maria sees the pizza guy come, better think of Charlie Kirk for making fun of his fucking death. Stupid ass clown.
Wait,
just remember that.
I gotta get drop P5 tonight.
Yeah, so there's a clip from that. So this is a streamer BX, and she said that Twitch never responded to her request to keep him out of the venue. So what happens then is these women then decide, well, then I can't go, right? If they feel that they are at risk for something happening to them, then they are the ones who ultimately are kept from these spaces. Yeah, this is the story that seriously it barely made a blip. It barely made a blip in the middle of these conversations in the United States about political violence around Charlie Kirk's murder, and that one of the girls had made complaints about him for months and nothing was done about it. And then he ran them over in his car and killed them. For context, he ordered a shit ton of pizzas to the girl's house and made her pay for them. The young man is also likely to get lesser charges and pointed to his police chief uncle. Yeah, if you don't know what the pizzas reference is, so in my personal experience, pizzas is sometimes a precursor to an actual like police unit. SWAT teams showing up because of fake calls that have been made. And pizzas will get sent as a way to, one, try and confirm somebody's address, and then also to like send a warning sign. Send a like, I know where you are. I know where you are and I'm coming for you. And I will tell you, that this has happened to me directly in the aftermath of big male content creators posting about me. I have had pizzas sent to my house, and the timing never seems to be coincidental. That when I have been swatted, when I have had pizzas sent, it is always directly in the aftermath of somebody like Destiny or Ethan Klein talking about me in a not so kind way. And the problem is too that a lot of, and I talked about this after the Pier incident, is that a lot of times when this type of stuff happens, either to me or other people I know, you don't talk about it publicly. You don't talk about stalkers. You don't talk about the comments that you get. You don't talk about like swatting attempts, because on the one hand, you don't want to give the perpetrators any trophies, any satisfaction. And by, drawing attention to it, it gives them what they want, because they want you to feel afraid. They want to shut you up. They want you to be scared. And so you can't, you think to yourself, like, there's no winning, You talk about it, you don't talk about it. Cutie's talked about she has PTSD. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone I know who this has happened to, it has been a traumatizing thing. Helps them confirm that they got the right address to, yes, all these things. And how P-Stars mentioned this on a stream. Right. And like this will happen where then people start something like this, and then people start sharing their stories so that others are aware of how common this behavior is. And you reach a point where you go, I can't stay silent anymore. I'm not gonna, I am not just gonna take this and do nothing about it. And that's what, Emmy in this is saying, like, I don't want to have to talk about this. I don't want to be sitting here right before my show and be addressing all of this. And it happens to people who don't even talk politics. Yes, let me be clear about that before anyone's like, oh, well, it's because you do politics. Okay, well, I don't think that should warrant people saying they're going to rape and kill me. I don't think so. People calling me a dog eater, saying, of course, a dog eater supports dog abuse. I don't think that's warranted, because I provide political commentary on this platform. All right. However, that excuse doesn't even work, because most women I know don't do politics. And that's not just because they're not interested in that type of content, but also because they see what happens to those who do. And when they already have to deal with shit in the first place, they're like, I don't want anything on top of that. And it creates this culture of fear and of people not speaking up, because they already deal with enough, and they don't want to increase the harassment and the threats. But it has nothing to do with whether or not, as a female content creator, you are political, that like in your content, you talk about politics. It may lead to an increase in harassment, but that's already the bottom line. That's already like pretty standard. Most women I know, IRL, non-streamers, including myself, have had a stalker at some point. It's insane. I can't even wrap my head around what y'all deal with. I mean, all the deep fake shit, you know, the women who were targeted by that has nothing to do with, like, being deep faked had nothing to do with them being in any type of political capacity. Being a woman who talks about politics online is not for the weak, especially if you're a sex worker. Oh, I mean, there's so many layers to it, right? It's like, okay, and then let's say you're a woman, you talk about politics. Now you're also trans. Maybe you also do sex work. That's just these layer on top of layer of then justification in trying to harass you off of these platforms. And because this is the kind of stuff I talk about, I continue to talk about it, and I will express how so many women I know have told me about what they experience. And most women I know aren't political commentators. But I hear all of their stories. I mean, Brooke AB, in the years that she has been a content creator, has dealt with shit that most people would have quit a long time ago. What she has been through and continues to experience. Open up her comment section. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, go to Brooke AB comment section. Brooke AB, really, she's so chill because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Brooke is like she is a woman who likes to game. And that's why I'm like, it feels as if everything is Gamergate. It just feels like everything is Gamergate now. And not to derail, how do you think this affects the next TwitchCon? Well, Emmy has said this was her last one. I'm sure that others will follow in her footsteps. And I don't know how Twitch convinces people to either keep attending or to come back, because they had said leading up to this, yeah, you mean NEFCON? They had said leading up to this that they were taking extra security precautions. And then this happens day one. So I don't know. And if big streamers continue not to go, then it's going to reduce the number of ticket buyers. I saw this about the block party. I wanted to wait until the con is pretty much over. I reported this to Twitch staff mid-block party immediately, but there were souvenir switchblades available for purchase, or literally grab and walk out with at one of the shops in the block party gas lamp area. It was a whole collection with different names engraved, so anybody could reach and grab it at any height. It was towards the back corner of the shop, so you had to walk in and really browse to notice it. The shop itself was also at the very back corner, so there was barely anybody browsing it. However, when my group all saw this at the same time, we all had the same concerned look without even saying a word. We noticed these the first hour of the party, so I immediately wanted to share. For context, this is a souvenir shop that was in the block party zone. I know Twitch itself aren't running the shops and restaurants. I just wanted to bring awareness that anybody could have seen this knife. Since you guys are so pressed, I used the wrong wording. It's a weapon nonetheless. We just talked about the Emmy situation of imagine if the guy had a knife, but imagine this tweet's getting the complete opposite reaction of LOL, imagine people being afraid of a pocket knife. This tweet's reaching people that do not know that this is available at an event that have a zero weapon policy. It's not that they are restricting purchasing knives. This is at an event where safety was already a concern and a very scary opportunity could have happened. Feel free to correct me since I was wrong to use switchblade instead of knife. Yeah, that's the main problem here. If a bad actor wanted to, this would have been an easy opportunity. I get anything can be a weapon, but a knife is a knife, and I'd rather this is a tweet about it instead of someone actually locating these, making a purchase, and you hear about a stabbing.
I'm leaving.
Actually, it's a folding knife.
Should I leave? Should I leave? This is only going to close friends. I'm leaving.
Right. So all of this, again, contributing to an environment that people don't feel is fun and safe for them to be attending. So, you know, it's not just I think it's not just questions about, okay, well, what is Twitch responsible for? What is Twitch not responsible for? I think it is just how are the perceptions also, the optics. And post this TwitchCon, I will say a lot of people I talked to kept being like, vibes feel weird. Journalists, streamers, con attendees. And it's what they do after things like this happen, and they fucking fumbled. I know.
And okay, hold on. Let me pull up what they wrote, because that was another thing that was crazy to wake up to.
Thank you. How about tacos?
All right, let me read this. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply unsettling. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and event security were on site. That's a lie. That's literally a lie. And responded to the incident. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they're banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. Okay, like, no one cares about online. We are coordinating with the impacted creators team, that's true, and per our standard protocols, continue to cooperate with any law enforcement investigations. We've increased security at the meet and greet attendee check-in point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you've RSVP'd for a meet and greet, please note that we're unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. You know why they said that? They only thought about that because of Melissa, my manager. She said, were you vetting people coming through the line? They said, oh yeah, everyone had to sign up, and they get background checks, but they're allowed to bring a +1. Well, are there +1s background checked? No. Melissa was like, okay guys, Twitch has a zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security of our community. Yeah, I don't even know, like, I'm just tired, guys, like,
Yeah.
I'm just so tired of, I've just had so many things happen, and, like, you know, stuff just happens, like, especially when you're, like, a creator, or, like, a girl creator in particular, but I just feel like I've been failed so many times, or lied to so many times, and I'm always like, you know, it's okay, we'll figure it out. You should have figured it out already. You should have fucking figured it out already. Oh my god. So yeah,
white belts. I'm sorry. I know it feels, I think you're expressing what a lot of people feel, which is that nobody cares, and people do care. I care. I'm trying to do whatever I can about it. And to whoever said, what do you think? What type of solutions on the table in your opinion? I would start off by saying, don't let streamers like Neon have meet and greets, feature them as content creators, and then also just broadly cracking down on these IRL clip farmers, you know? Because here's the thing, it's like, okay, I mean, this is a whole conversation of free speech and censorship. That doesn't allow you to harass people. Free speech is protected. The protection of free speech is not the same thing as protecting on a private with a private company, people who are inciting violence, who are harassing others on the platform. And so the consequences of that need to be addressed. And then also, of course, I think in regards to meet and greets, treating them like how meet and greets are treated at either other conventions like an anime con or Comic-Con, and viewing streamers like in the same way that you would view traditional celebrities, and then how you would ensure security for somebody who's meeting with fans.
That's basically, unless I'm forgetting something, a rundown of everything.
Weird.
But yeah, it's
reason feel like
fucking
they're
insane.
Related.
Entitled to. All right, so boom, Twitch, you got to get it together. The Emidu situation at TwitchCon, absolutely avoidable. The thing that niggas got to understand is the fact that the internet already isn't necessarily a safe place for women, and a lot of prominent streamers right now are women, and these women want to do meet and greets. They want to meet the people that support them, and a lot of these little neck beard, pencil dick, weird niggas that be beating their dicks at their screen and giving these women subscriptions and donations and views and shit like that, for some weird reason feel like they're entitled to some type of affection or whatever it is that they want these women to acquiesce to when they go see them at these meet and greets. And y'all don't have the proper security set up to protect these people. Now, the fact that this nigga was able to walk up to Shorty, kiss on her, and get pushed away and walk away without getting snuffed in his mouth is absolutely ridiculous. Imagine if he had something on him. Imagine if that nigga had something crazy on him and ended up really harming that girl. Then what? Didn't a Shorty actually end up getting smoked because one of her viewers gave her like $60,000 and then tried to kick it to her, and when she wasn't with the shits, he ended up killing her? That shit is fucking ridiculous. You don't understand what some of these weird ass niggas are thinking sitting behind these screens and shit, and then they go and meet these people. You guys are putting your streamers in danger, my nigga. Like, y'all gotta protect the people that are making y'all money. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, bro?
What are we doing here? Wait, who is that? Shizzy?
And I mean, I'm not usually the type of person to talk about this stuff, but it's like, well, did I lie about anything? No. Like, what are you gonna be mad at me for telling like the things that y'all did wrong? And like, okay, so another thought that I had was like maybe like the reason Twitch said in their thing, like, oh, security immediately got the guy. Maybe like, you know, they hired like shitty security and they like lied to them so they wouldn't like, you know, lose their job or not get paid. Maybe if you guys had like, you know, actual cameras and like good comms, no one would be able to lie or have to lie. Like, why is it better to, or like easier to find out something happened in fucking Among Us than at TwitchCon? Hello? It's fucking insane.
Good comms.
But yeah, I just want to tell you guys all that. This is character development. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm so sick of it. Like this was just the final straw for me. Oh my goodness. Oh. But yeah, I have been, okay, something else. Sorry, I just keep remembering shit. It's gonna be like this for the rest of the stream. I saw a thing that said I was in their like top 5 or top 10 most followed streamers attending this event. Again, if that happened to me, what the fuck is happening to small creators that we don't even hear about because no one's filming them? Like, they tweet it and like Twitch doesn't feel the need to follow up with them or publicly.
Yeah, or they reach out to Twitch and Twitch doesn't do anything. They reach out to Twitch and Twitch doesn't do shit. Just like the example that we watched of the guy who live streamed himself talking about the female streamer who he's been harassing, being like, is she going to TwitchCon? And she said, I reached out to Twitch. They did nothing. They just ignored.
It's just... But yeah, I think I covered everything, and I've been a streamer on Twitch for 10 years. I attended the very first or maybe the second TwitchCon ever in 2016, 2015. And yeah, like I understand back then it was different, but I feel like I know they say there's security upgrades, but it really feels like there's not. Like another thing that happened, I forgot to mention. So the way that the meet and greet worked is like people line up, they come through, they take a picture, then they're supposed to walk through the back and leave. There were people walking through the back trying to come up to my booth, or like, I mean, not all of them were like malicious intent, obviously. Like some people would leave and be like, oh shit, my picture is bad, I'm gonna go back and ask for another one. And my manager had to be the one to tell them like, oh no, you can't, like keep moving. And there was even like, I think it was fucking Neon, was able to walk through the back of my meet and greet.
Fucking Neon.
And was like, oh hey, like, can I come say hi? And it's like,
no.
What the fuck? Like,
no.
Oh my god, it was just horrible. Like, there was no thought put into it at all. And yeah, I was like, man, it's just fucking naked and afraid out here. Like, thank God I have my manager and my security and my friends. But, like, I just feel so bad for, you know, Twitch creators who wouldn't be able to be in that position. Are you okay, though? This is gonna sound fucked up, honestly. I'm so desensitized to stuff like that when it happens, I kind of just go into, like, lock-in mode. I'm like, okay, I need to just lock in and, like, get through this. Worry about it later. So that's how I was able to finish my meet and greet. Like, my friends were telling me, like, bro, if it was me, I would have been crying. You're built different for going back out there. And like I said, I was going back out there and having to apologize to people in my own line. Being like, I'm sorry you saw that. I hope you're okay. And then they of course were like, what the fuck? Why are you saying that to me? But I felt like I had to because no one else was there.
I think Neon had the credentials to walk in the back. No, it doesn't work like that. As someone who's done meet and greets, that's not how that works. We also had just previously talked about how streamers like Neon absolutely are part of the problem as well, right? There's multiple things that we're talking about here. There's multiple issues that we've been discussing. So no, there is no having the credentials to access Emmy at her meet and greet. And the reason she brought that up is she is talking about the many things that shouldn't have happened. That there shouldn't have been anyone who was able to walk from the back to where she was having her meet and greet. So the person who was assaulted mentioned that as and why did this happen? Why was he allowed to just be there? Let me just keep watching Emmy.
Like I said on Twitter,
probably be a
I really wish I didn't have
maybe I'll actually be a highlighted streamer.
Opinion. Like, I love trying to be like the positive, like, oh, let's get together and have fun, everyone. I really would discourage other creators from going back to TwitchCon, not just because it was able to happen at all, and what happened during it, and the aftermath. Like, it's just crazy. Like, why would their PR team say that? Like, you can literally see in the clip that he's allowed to walk away. But yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate all the support and stuff. It was pretty crazy. getting all the messages and stuff last night. And again, I've said it like 5 fucking times. Thank fucking God that someone was filming and decided to post it, because if not, you know what I would be doing today? I would be so fucking stressed being like, okay, do I have to disrupt my stuff that I have planned to announce that this thing happened to me and let people know that it could happen to them? So thank fucking God for that guy. Like, thank you so much for doing that. And I would just encourage everyone just to stand the fuck up. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for
Yes, thank you, Evan.
other
Thank
people.
you.
Because if you don't,
I'll look at the Iron Mouse thing after.
look what fucking happens, which is crazy because I saw Valkyrie, I saw Pokey, I saw Hassan, I saw Cutie saying, I don't really want to go to TwitchCon because I don't feel safe. And everyone was saying that they were stupid or overreact. Not everyone, but a lot of people. A large portion of people were saying that. And Twitch's response to that was to be like, oh, don't worry, everyone else. We up security. I should have listened to them. Especially because, I mean, a lot of people know stuff like this has happened to me in the past, and I just keep going. Like, I'm the kind of person that's like, you know what, I'm not gonna let a shitty person or a shitty thing ruin my life or like what's going on for me, you know what I mean? Fuck it, we ball. So I was like, I'm gonna go anyway. I'm just gonna be smart. I'm gonna pay for security. I'm only gonna do my show. How is someone gonna attack me at my show? I'm only gonna do my meet and greet. How the fuck would they get into a meet and greet? It's roped off with security. Nope. Nope. Lesson learned. And also after it happened, Twitch did offer if I wanted some of their Twitch security. I was like, I'm good, bro. But I was lucky enough that Clemens, who's one of my usual security guards, flew out from Austin, Texas this morning to be there with me today. Have to go to lengths like that. And I have 2 other security guards. One of them's Amazon's, but I have my personal security guard that I feel comfortable with is like my main guy. And they said that they like changed security for the show and stuff, but yeah, I'm just done. Like, this is the kind of thing that it's like, once you break the trust for something like this, you're never getting it back. I'm sorry, you're just...
See, and that's why I said to whoever was like, how does Twitch fix this? I can't see Emmy coming back. She's a huge draw for an event like this. And then others who dropped out this year, and then who, because of this, aren't going to go. So I just really don't know what they would do. I don't know what they could do to get people back.
Like, it's not like this is the first time that something like this has happened. It's like the trust was already kind of broken, and that caused a lot of people not want to come. Like, for example, people were talking about how last year, Nick, NMPLOL, and Wake Wilder, got assaulted. A guy literally walked up to Nick on stream and licked his nipple, which again, if that wasn't filmed on stream, would anything have been done? I don't fucking know. And they didn't even make like an official announcement about it. They didn't reach out to Nick, as far as I know. He was saying that last year. So if they did reach out to him, it was way after the con. So it's like, did they just not think it was a big deal? Is it because Nick's a guy? Like, hello? I'm supposed to be working on my run of show right now. I am still doing the show, like I said, because of the production staff worked really hard on it, and the cosplayers involved worked really hard on it. So I still want to do it, but this is gonna be my last TwitchCon show. I'm doing it with Baby No Money and Will Neff. So
hey,
even
I know
though
that
we
guy.
haven't really had time to go over this in practice, it'll be fine. It'll be a shit show, but it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Pantry Ghost, thank you for tier 1. Maddie,
Lots of
thank you for
talented
22
people
months.
working
Games
in
of Pawns,
Twitch
thank you for Prime.
production, and all that. It's yeah. Whew. Anyway, how we feeling, you guys? Yeah.
This is why my trust was broke last year with Vite in Gale. They brought an abuser back and mainlined him. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I mean, once the trust is broken, you don't feel like you want to be a part of this again.
I'm flying home tomorrow, and my security guard's gonna be accompanying me to fly home. But it's just sad, the world that we live in now. Like, to me, I don't even think of myself as like someone that needs to be protected or like someone important, but it's like you know, I was talking about how like I wanted to buy a new hamster recently. I was thinking about how if I want to do that on stream, I'd have to hire security to go buy a fucking hamster. And like I said, I spent over $10,000 alone just to come to TwitchCon for security. I've probably spent close to 6 figures total going to cons and stuff on security. And again, it's not like this only happens to people of my size. This happens to girls or guys with 50 viewers. What the fuck are they supposed to do? They can't afford that. It's like, you gotta just deal with it, not there, or you're... that's another thing. I could have fucking died yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just... They failed. There's no way around it.
I'm gonna be making my own personal changes going forward. I already have, like, for years, but I'm just really hurt and disappointed by how everything was set up by Twitch and like how it was handled after. Like, honestly, that was upsetting me more and making me more angry last night than everything else. Like, it's like, okay, you know, any person can be walking on the street and get assaulted. Like, yeah, it's fucking horrible. It's fucking horrible. But why do I have to worry about that happening at the convention for the place that I work? I don't know if I'm just talking in circles now, but I don't know, guys. Y'all want to see my fit for the show?
It was a great show.
Bonnie helped me put it together.
They put on a heck of a show.
Show's in fucking 28 minutes. Fuck me. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm just gonna try to have fun. Try to, like, you know, let the cosplayers
Did they stream the show?
Yeah. That came to participate in it shine. And then I'm going home.
I know someone that works security for TwitchCon, separate from the general security detail. He told me that they were told not to even touch anyone for any reason until after the Emmy situation at hand happened. Yikes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Trying to remember if I forgot to touch anything else. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, this stream fucking sucked. I feel like I'm being forced to do a press conference because it's like, if I don't say these things, no one is going to. And then they're just gonna act like it never happened next year. Great. Love it. Remember when I was just a girl in Kansas playing League in my room, and the worst thing that ever happened to me was someone said I was like a boosted whore in chat or something? Wish I could go back to that.
I like that was when things were good. No, girl. You know what, girl? I want a world for you where that's not even... I want a world for all of us where that's not like the good days. The bar in hell. Denham's made a point about how even from a business standpoint, any potential lawsuit you might get from someone pressing charges we're being held by security is nothing compared to the reputational damage of something like this. Oh, yes. And as far as people being like, did Twitch do this on purpose? I don't know. I mean, it's so, I think I get why people are looking at this and going, this feels intentional, because the handling of it leading up and then afterwards has been so poor. You just are, you just can't believe how poorly they've handled it. So it feels like it would be on purpose. I think that probably one factor here is cost, as it tends to usually be a factor, cutting corners, cutting costs, not spending money in vital areas. I think other things we've discussed, like not really understanding the celebrity status of streamers, especially like Emmy, not taking things seriously on this platform, and acting as if it's all just something that happens in a Twitch chat and not translating to real life harm. Morgpie made the point that the assailant is potentially more dangerous after the attack because he has just been rejected, so they really should have detained him, because who knows what emotional state he's in at that point. Yes, and he got away with it. That's another big thing here, is he got away with it. So why wouldn't he try doing something like that again? He fucking walked away. And others who would like to do that, who are looking at that and going, oh, wow, that looks like something I'd love to do. They spent more money closing off the arcade for private events to the locals. Yeah, no. So I don't think that it was done on purpose for the reasons people have suggested. Like, oh, well, they're trying to have this stuff go viral like it does on other platforms. And it's I think it's total incompetence. I think it's total incompetence, and just people in charge dropping the ball.
What else? Shout out to my friends, all the people that reached out to me. I remember Lakari in particular was like, yo, Emmy,
if Hassan was there, imagine the amount of security guards. I really don't think it would have changed anything.
A security guard, I can be there. I'll make sure that I'll keep you safe. Lakari offered to be an extra security guard. I was like, oh.
Do you know what Peter Park told me? Also, Ume, I think you're totally right. It's the difference between doing actual comprehensive, consistent physical security for an event. Because I saw people being like, look, there was plenty of security. Yes, there were plainclothes officers, there was security around, but that doesn't mean that it was security where security needed to be, and it was security of the kind that you need for an event like that. So comprehensive, consistent physical security for an event versus doing security theater. Incompetence, cutting corners on costs leads to security theater. Yes, very performative. Peter Park told me, he came up to me and he was like, oof, I've seen some of the stuff said about you this week. He goes, I'm going to put on a wig and be, he's like, I will pretend to be you. He said he would be my body double. I was like, I'm sure people would not be able to spot any difference whatsoever. Oh, I love Peter.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, my brain is mush, bro. I'm cooked. But yeah, this was kind of like, I guess you could say like a climax for me in my character development. because this year already, I know there's a lot of people that watch me that are kind of similar to me in some regards in terms of being like a more like timid or like glass half full type of person, or like wanting to believe the best in people type of person. I still believe that you can be that way, and I still believe that I'm still that way, but I've definitely come to realize, and I really want everyone to really think about this, you have to stand the fuck up for yourself, for other people, because if you don't, there's a lot of people who are just gonna take the easy, lazy route because it doesn't affect them, so they don't care. Like a lot of the people that were hired to work on this event. And
I think Hassan and Will were in a golf cart that flipped one year.
I've been through so many horrible things. I don't want things like this to happen to other people, or at least for it to not be that easy for it to happen to other people. I do feel like it's partially my responsibility.
Oh, in Austin, yeah.
I mean, not to like make sure things don't happen, but to let people know that these kinds of things happen, because they should know. And again, it's crazy that nothing was said about this publicly or to other creators who had similar events as me until there was a viral clip. But yeah, it's been crazy weekend. Crazy fucking weekend. But yeah, I love you guys. I'm not gonna stop streaming.
Yeah, so
I'm not gonna stop.
So again, to be clear, she has mentioned this multiple times, but the reason that she has felt compelled to say something, the reason that she has felt compelled to say something is because she saw that Twitch was not doing what they should have done. And so she felt the need to talk about it publicly so that people were aware, and then also to force Twitch towards accountability and hopefully ensuring that this didn't happen again throughout the rest of the weekend. I think part of the issue too is these security people all the way up to leadership were not briefed or aware of who Emmy was. Needs to be a lot more education on who these people are for security. Well, like I said, I mean, I think a lot of the convention security is just temporary hires. The person I had who was with me all weekend, even when I like would go to a dinner and he would drop me off there and then check with me and be like, do you want me to stay? And you want me to pick you up after? He was somebody who is very trained in this type of stuff and works for Amazon. So he was not like a weekend hire. He is somebody who has worked these types of events, who has a lot of experience in security, not like security also with content creators. So he was very, was very experienced and very professional. Like, is a security person professionally. And so that, though, is not what it was not the case, for other streamers and for these meet and greets. And the meet and greets, like the volunteers who work for the meet and greets, the volunteers who do the meet and greets, they're not trained in this type of stuff. And so there's no ropes, as we discussed. There's like you walking up, there's not a rope. So like that guy would have had to hop a rope, right? There would have been other obstacles, barriers for him for it to make it harder for him to access her. So the idea is that you have these barriers, this guy having to cross these barriers, then somebody goes, oh, he's not supposed to be here, and then stops him. And it shouldn't matter someone's size to get them adequate protection. No, not at all. I'm not the biggest streamer. And in fact, In fact, there was somebody who kind of scoffed at me having a security. And I was like, oh, okay, that's not what we're going to do. That's not what we're going to do. No, this is not a weird clout thing. This should not be a like, oh, the bigger you are, then you're in danger because you're a big streamer. And Emmy is talking about this because she's like, look, I have to say something for people who don't have the resources I have and don't have the platform I have. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it was Will Neff. No. No, and it absolutely was not Cutie, because Cutie told me the reason that I made sure I had I was going to pay for my own security. I was talking to my company about it, and they're like, we can get someone. It's like $400 a day. I was going to pay someone. Cutie is the reason that I knew Twitch needed to provide me a security, because she had to end up going for a sponsor thing, and then she went for Deco. Twitch was like, we are going to provide you your own security detail for the weekend, she wasn't there for the whole weekend. And she said to me, she was like, they need to provide that for you. So she is the reason that I went, oh, okay, Twitch needs to do this.
Up, trying to interact with fans in a safe way. Maybe no more convention streams, which is sad because I love convention streams, but I mean, it is what it is. You can't control the weather, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just really hope that nothing else happens to anyone else this weekend. That we're not hearing any more terrible stories.
Yeah.
And I really feel like the only way to hold
not to get all union in here, but a prime example of worker solidarity. Yeah.
People accountable is to show that it's not okay by, for example, like I was saying, creators not going to.
And the funny thing is, so it would never have been a woman who seemed to kind of scoff at me having security. And I think just the difference there where Cutie, I mean, not that she would do that anyway, but there was no like, who do you think you are? Or like, what's your CCV? What's your CCV? It was she was like, I can't believe that. I can't believe they wouldn't provide that for you. They need to provide that for you. You need to make that is absolutely something that should be done. How many followers do you have? I'm sorry. Do you think that do you think that you're one of the big dogs out here? Because like I said, unfortunately, this is something that affects people at all levels. Plenty of streamers, sub 100 viewers who have to deal with security risks.
These events, because a lot of these tickets are sold via meet and greets, like what I was doing, and I really feel like I was treated like cattle or merchandise.
Yeah.
Because why is no one there making sure I'm safe like a person? Why are the security guards joking and laughing and be like, oh, I didn't even see what happened? It's crazy, man. I want to play fucking Mega Bonk, bro. So fucking annoying. So fucking annoying. And yeah, I don't even care if I lose any like opportunities or anything for talking about this, because it's fucking insane. And another thing I've realized,
that's so crazy. That's so crazy that she would have to be like, if I lose opportunities from this, then so be it. That she would, that would be a potential of there being fallout of there being fallout affecting her in this regard because she has publicly had to address this way.
Sometimes if you don't say something, no one else is going to. Sometimes you have to be the one that, you know, steps up and starts the conversation. And yeah, like I said, this isn't even the first thing that happened because my friends Nick and Wake, it happened to them last year. And yeah, maybe just because they're men or something, it wasn't taken seriously, which is fucking insane. Yeah, stay safe, guys. Look out for your friends. You know, if you're here this weekend, you know, stay in groups. And I mean, I would love to know if like other things have happened to other smaller creators and it's just being drowned out because Twitch isn't giving them the same attention that they're giving me. I would love to know, even if it happened in the past, because it's fucking ridiculous. Like, yes, I know these things happen at cons, but when the con literally exists because of your small and big creators, it should not be this kind of an issue where it's like talked about to this extent. Yeah, I would love to know. I think you guys should post about it if something happened to you. Like, please do. Oh, I need a minute. Sorry. Give me a sec.
I can't tell you, her doing this and then going out on stage in front of the biggest audience that weekend at the Glitch Theater. Summer Ends, thank you. Teal Silence, thank you. QP, thank you. Jank, thank you.
Not just because of what happened to me, but because of what it implies about other people. Because if I wasn't important, there's hundreds of thousands of people that stream on Twitch. Like, I don't know. I genuinely, again, I hate being this kind of person. I genuinely want people to be held accountable and for things to like visibly be changed. But even so, I personally am not going to another TwitchCon. I'm done. 10 years of streaming, I'm done. This is my final TwitchCon. This show will be my final performance. And then I'm going back to streaming video games in my room. In my house that probably has more cameras around it than TwitchCon.
Oh, well, here's the thing, is that Twitch has... I can't remember which journalist posted about this. I was also talking to Nathan Grayson from Aftermath today, and he brought this up too. Maybe it was Taylor who did, but they have like surveillance of all the live streams. So being aware of, now I don't know what the cameras were like around the meet and greet. So if somebody had not had that video, I don't know. But just as far as like Twitch having eyes, I kind of pictured it as like the scene in Dark Knight where Bruce takes Morgan Freeman's character and shows him the big board that he has of all of the cameras that he's tapped into. But yes, very much a panopticon. No, it was not after all this happened, my understanding.
But yeah, I hope if this happened to any other creators, you know that you are cared about and people do want to know. And yeah, yeah, that was a lot. Sorry guys, I hate the heavy stuff. really hate the heavy stuff. And I know there's some people at Twitch and Amazon watching right now. Please just listen. Like, people aren't saying this for no reason. Like, I feel like you guys don't get it or something. Like, I could have literally been stabbed yesterday. Literally. Like, I have also seen people asking if I'm like taking any type of legal action. I am pressing charges against the guy with the police. As for anything else, I don't know yet because I've been having my manager handle all of those like side conversations. So I have no idea, but I don't, it's just not okay. But at the bare minimum, I will be pressing charges against the guy that was there, obviously. Like, duh. Yes, sir. I mean, it's also kind of funny. I'm literally doing this in TwitchCon. They just gave me an empty conference room to just fucking dispel everything. But yeah, I really feel like there's a lot of key people that are responsible that need to be held accountable, because clearly there's been multiple points of failure for this to have even happened in the first place. And again, forgive me if I'm just rambling in circles. But I do also want to say, yeah, there's a lot of people that work at Twitch that are lovely, amazing, creative people.
Mm-hmm.
It's not them, but there's definitely multiple people that their failure allowed this to happen. Multiple people, for sure. I don't have any doubt about that, especially because of the fact that they flew out the global head of Amazon to talk to my manager and my security guard today.
I think the reason that happened too is because Emmy had first tweeted. So before she went live, she did post a tweet and it had a lot of traction. And so I think that was trying to pour water on the ever growing fire.
But yeah, we're gonna do our show with Will and Baby No Money. We're gonna try to have fun. During it, I know a lot of you guys are still mad, but I'd prefer if we could just not talk about it, just like focus on the show and like the people in the show, not just be spamming like fuck Twitch or whatever, you know?
They still did. It was so funny. I was sitting next to Bonnie and Sam in the front row of the show, and they had initially pulled up the chat, and the chat was just like pimping streamers, fuck Twitch, and then they temporarily took the chat off, and then it came back.
Like I said, there was a lot of people that worked on the show that had absolutely nothing to do with what happened yesterday. I would like for them to still, you know, be able to have a good show and, you know, feel like people enjoyed it, and that it was fun. Because I didn't do a lot of work on the show. Like, I came up with a lot of the concept, but I only did probably like 1 to 2% of the actual setup and production. So yeah, I don't want to be unfair to those people. Yeah, I have to head over there in like 5 minutes. Whew. I do have one more thing to say, but just give me a sec. Guys, no one's gonna be mad at me if I go home and play League of Legends at this point, right? Like, I fucking deserve it, okay?
That feels like punishment, Queen, but you do you.
Bonnie said I have a weird mouth tick when I'm stressed.
Aww.
And I feel it. Alright guys, 5 minutes to showtime.
Wild to watch her unpack and process in real time. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm okay. I'm fine because I'm not like saying this to like try to like sound tough or something. I'm genuinely just built different. Like I'm used to this shit.
That makes me sad too. It makes me sad when she's like, I'm so desensitized. Like this is just so, it's unfortunately so normal to her. It shouldn't have to be it shouldn't have to be a like built, like, oh, I'm built different because I just have to deal with this all the time. And I just, with as much as Emmy has shared, also there is so much that she has that she has gone through to make this be just another instance where it's not, you know, it's a violent assault. It's a violent sexual assault, but just a reminder that what we don't want is for this to be normalized.
I can handle it. I can like go live and do shit after. But there's so many people that like I would never want this to happen to someone else. Most people would have just canceled their show and went home probably, and I don't think anyone would fucking blame them.
Hold on. Did that chat comment say, Emmy, may I have a kiss?
But yeah, I worry a lot for small
Like crosswide or crossband, platform band,
creators.
chatters like that.
Not even small creators, even medium-sized creators who can't afford 1, 2, 3 security guards. Coming to shit like this, I don't know. Just be safe out there, guys. Try to be smart. Stick with your friends and your group. And yeah, don't be afraid to talk or ask for help if you ever need stuff. And then as a community, we need to stand up for each other and look out for each other and talk about things when things happen to each other. And the last thing that I want to say is I didn't really get a chance to talk about it because of, you know, all the things that were happening, but I kind of wanted to apologize for some people were talking about the clip of me getting kind of emotional at the end of the RV trip. That shit kind of just slipped out, but there's a lot of things that I haven't wanted to talk about that I think I will probably be talking about when I get home from TwitchCon. So, just want to let you guys know about that. Yeah, thank you guys for the support. And I should probably head over to the getting ready area for the show because I think that the other people in the show are already there getting dressed, so I'm gonna go talk to them. So, Allie, if you could put on a BRB, and then soon there should be like a show starting soon thing. It'll be like 10 minutes or so, and then showtime.
And that's showbiz, baby. Man, it sounds like she already was coming into the convention and dealing with a lot of shit. And then that happened day one. May I remind you? Day one. Also, we're not going to do speculating. This is a Emmy expressed there that she has things more that she wants to talk about. And so she'll do that in her time. And when she speaks, we'll listen. I didn't catch any of the RV trip. I didn't catch any of it, but you're saying she was emotional at the end and the girls comforting her. So okay. So yeah, to conclude that, and then there's a couple other things that people mentioned that I want to talk about. Allie! No. Poor Wake Wilder. Actually, such a gem and hated Farley. What'd you get?
Beard Papa.
Farley, that's not nice. Poor Wake. You know who's the real villain here is this guy. This guy. Oh, you got yummy little yums.
Okay, so important for you to know.
Okay, wait. You could be like,
so
it'd be nice if I could hear.
We do have here a chocolate-filled cream puff with cookies and cream toppings, but that is not the crown jewel of this arrangement.
We got you Dubai chocolate.
The Dubai chocolate cream puff
Oh my god!
of the viral fame.
Oh, like the Dubai chocolate Labubu? Is that where that
Dubai
comes
chocolate
from?
matcha. Yep. Also, I need to warn you, that thing's gonna just spit everywhere. It's
Yeah.
gonna go all the way out.
Like
the
in
back.
It's been taking its zinc supplements.
It's gonna shit. So eat it over something if you take a bite.
Okay.
All right. We'll take it Farley out of here.
Do you want me to try it? Yeah. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm good.
Nice.
It's delicious. Is it 24 karat gold? Labubu? Wow. Thank you. That is delish.
All right, enjoy, Caroline.
That is
Boys,
yummy.
Let's go.
Where are you going? Okay.
With Farley.
With Farley. His worst nightmare. Farley's biggest ops in this world. Kaya and Wake Wilder. Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye, Will and Will. Ah!
Are you okay?
I don't know what just happened.
What the fuck is going on?
I don't know. Will you help? It's the flies. I'm telling you. What the hell just? Hold on. Ah, the light. Oh my god. What just happened? Did it just break? But why? You think that's good?
Come on, boy.
Thank you. Cursed, I tell you. Cursed. They're going to bonk. They are 100% going to bonk their shit. Yes, they are. Okay. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yes. So just a number of different issues here, and Emmy had touched on them as well. But I just, when something like this happens, it's not enough to talk about what went wrong. It's important to address how do we try and make things better. You know, what do we do after a situation like this and other things that happened at the con so that people feel, both streamers and viewers feel like the toxicity that seems to be growing more and more every day does not continue to. I'm telling you, these flies are everywhere. Needing to talk about, needing to talk about taking action here. Ballmong, thank you for the bits. I just want to say I really appreciate everything you guys do after witnessing this firsthand, knowing how much you guys put on the line. I want to say thank you for all you do from the bottom of my heart. Oh, thank you. It's very kind. Appreciate that. Joel, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, who is this? Ricky VT. Thank you to everyone who reached out to ask if I'm okay. I'm safe and resting right now. I most likely won't be attending TwitchCon in the foreseeable future, nor will I be around the area for the rest of my stay. As a CSA survivor, what happened last night deeply affected me, and it's been really hard to process. My body is in a lot of pain, and my mind is shaken. Last night was bad. I tried to downplay what happened in the moment to keep the peace. I even apologized to him and told wait, what is the... I'm sure I can figure out from this statement, but what happened? I even apologized to him, told security it was okay because I just wanted to move on and pretend everything was normal. But security made the call to remove him, and I'm incredibly thankful for that. As the night went on, I found myself drinking more and more just to stop it from replaying in my head. As a man, it's hard to navigate something like this. I'm scared to vent, but I believe it's important to speak openly about mental health. I want people to feel safe saying I'm not doing okay so their loved ones can be there for them. Whoever linked this, do you have more context to what happened? So their loved ones can be there for them. Shared joy is a double joy. Shared sorrow is half sorrow. I'm so thankful for the people I was with last night. I met two amazing individuals at that party who protected me when I needed it most, and I can't thank them enough. Sadly, I came to this con alone and didn't make it home safely. Moving forward, I'll make sure to attend future conventions with someone by my side. The security and the event host were incredible. They checked on me, apologized for the situation, and took action. Even when I was conflicted because of them, I felt safe and seen. Here you go. Oh, thank you. Last TwitchCon, I had the terrifying experience of having my drink tampered with, and I'm still really shaken up by it. I'm nervous to go this year, but I'm doing my best to push past my fears because I want to see my friends and my community again. PSA in large crowds and after parties, these situations can happen to anyone. Please stay safe. Never accept food or drinks from people you don't know. Always look out for the people around you and stick with the people you trust. Going to make this TwitchCon the best it can be. See y'all there. Wait, but then something else happened? I got assaulted at TwitchCon. I can't stop crying. I feel sick. I can't escape the feeling of his hands on my body. I don't know what to do. Help. What the fuck? So last TwitchCon, his drink was roofied or tampered with, as he said. And he's like, okay, I'm going to this TwitchCon. Going to try to make it the best. And then he was assaulted. Yeah, that's the other thing too. The every year content creators being drugged. And just then a general like, hey, watch your drinks. PSA. So he was assaulted at TwitchCon and now is saying, I most likely won't be attending in the foreseeable future. I have a lot of trauma tied to conventions, especially after what happened last year, but everybody reaching out to check on my safety means the world. No, this is the same. This is Ricky IRL. Vent account. This is just his alt. This is his alt account. And then that's what he's talking about here. On his main. Moving forward will be hard. I was at an invite only after party and I do not know the creator guest man who did that to me. I just want to heal right now. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to do my best to have better days ahead. A streamer I watch ended up getting death threats from Neon's fan base after comments on his stream. Yeah, we talked about her and him objectifying her. She ended up not going the next day. Yeah, I pulled up her tweet where she said, yep, you know what? I'm not going to go to the con today because I've been getting a lot of death threats. So. No, you guys, what aren't you understanding here? This is leading up to the con. This is October 16th. It's now the 20th. He said, this is what happened to me last year. So PSA, watch your drinks. Always look out for people around you. I'm going to make this con the best it can be. On October 19th at 1:46 a.m. So technically Sunday morning, but Saturday night. Okay. He said on his alt account, I just got assaulted at TwitchCon. And then this is from later that day, so yesterday. Him clarifying more of what happened. So this is another example of somebody sharing a horrible experience at the con. And this is another instance of somebody who was assaulted. So I'm still confused. Didn't he say last year? Leading up to him going to TwitchCon this year. So Thursday or whenever the 16th was. He was like, this is what happened to me last year. I hope this year is going to be good. And just PSA, watch your drinks because this is what happened to me last year. Then a couple days after he tweets this, when the con is in full swing, he tweets that he was assaulted. So this is 2 Twitch cons in a row that he has had a terrible thing happen to him. And now he's saying, I'm probably not going to go to TwitchCon again. I already have a history of trauma around sexual abuse. So probably not going to attend a con again, considering that 2 years in a row, I had things happen to me. This, he said it was at a, he said it was at a like a party or an event. Because, okay, let me explain the way Twitch works or TwitchCon works. So people go to stuff during the day. They go to the convention. They have shows, booths, etc. At night, there's a lot of parties. So this was an invite-only party, which is a lot of the parties there. And this was Saturday night. And then here is another streamer, Kaisa. Shout out to the 2 rando guys at the block party who felt entitled to put their arm around me and squeeze my bare waist. I will be slicing off the sides of my torso immediately so this never happens again. Thanks for understanding. Right. So we've been looking at other instances outside of what happened to Emmy, which most people, if they have heard about anything from TwitchCon, probably have heard about that. And it was a sexual assault that was caught on camera. So that's also why a lot of people, and to a very high profile streamer. So this is just other things that happened, but the point that I've been making about the broader issues here, the overall environment that is not just it's not just insulated to the interactions people have online, but what happens to them offline as well. There's a culture of sexual harassment and assault in these online spaces that needs to be dealt with. Right. And we see this, we see this, reflected and then also affecting the culture outside of, in real life culture, outside of what's occurring online. Cutie retold a story last week of her face being licked by a random man at a TwitchCon a few years ago and other viewers having to be who pulled him away. Right. So that's horrible. But what I'm trying to point out is like the takeaway here is not just Twitch's failures concerning security at Emiru's meet and greet. But the overall culture that is normalizing, encouraging, influencing behavior like this. Okay, and then let me take a look at the Iron Mouse tweet. I deeply apologize to the fans who had meet and greets at the VTuber booth this year. It breaks my heart to know staff threw out all the gifts. I should have known better than to trust them and take care of everything ahead of time. I'm so sorry, everyone. Oh, that's so shitty. That's really sad that the gifts all got thrown out. I don't know why. Yeah, so right now the the PR post TwitchCon is not good. Like the people being like, what the fuck is what is happening? What's going on? Unfortunately, due to a miscommunication or misunderstanding, any gifts or presents given to my meet and greet staff were disposed of by the venue staff. I'm very sorry for anyone who gave me a gift. Yeah, and then someone says, TwitchCon just keeps rolling out more and more good news. One staffer said it could be an explosive and threw it in a bin right next to him. Wait, where's that? There's no, what? What? See, this is also an issue of like, what are the priorities here? TwitchCon staff is all over the place on miscommunication between attendees and streamers. A friend of mine was given so much incorrect information, being originally told she could join your line after a separate meet and greet, at the time, but then removed entirely from the meet and greet area. She had a small gift bag of things and a clear bag she wanted to give you. She asked security if they could give it to you. They said yes, then proceeded to toss it into a nearby trash bin. When she confronted them about it, they told her it was a security risk and could have held an explosive. We were told we could join the line again by one staffer, only for security to tell us it was capped. We don't blame any of this on you. Staff clearly doesn't know what's going on, what it's doing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, wait, so you would leave a potential explosive in a trash can? What? What? Oh, God. Oh, my gosh. What the fuck? Read the rest of the thread. Chibi had her meet and greet canceled early by staff. What? Wait. Okay, hold on. I don't want to just free scroll. Where is... Oh, okay. Can anyone else from my meet and greet vouch for this? Nags and I were told to stop. I'm so incredibly sad if this is true. I was genuinely excited to meet everyone. They told us we had to end for safety. I never even told any staff I'm sick. I'm so confused. I showed up and asked if I could wait for Nogs before going out. That's the only time staff talked to me in my meet and greet area before telling us to cut the line short. I'm sorry if this is true. Well, I'm assuming this, let's see. Maybe this was post what happened to Emmy and they were all like, oh, shit. You'll want to open that quoted reply thread. I don't understand. Wait, this. If you don't mind, can I have the Twitter of the friend with the gift I want to send them? Do you mind if I DM sent? Thank you. Okay, I don't know what else am I looking for? No, the tweet she was, this one. Wait, they cut y'all short. When I asked the staff, they said it was y'all who cut it short. Ah, what? I can't believe they try and shift that onto y'all. What? No, we always meet every person. Last year we stayed for 3 hours. I think the line was too long, and for safety, they didn't want us staying. Oh, that's sad. Major comms issues. That's sad. A lot of us had to leave because they told us the line was cut because of your voice issues, and that typically they move folks to a different meet and greet area. But due to health conditions, it was just cut off. What? I never told any staff of my voice problems. I didn't even talk to any staff near my booth, only at the entrance. At 3:30, they said the line was cut off and that while most creators typically go to a separate meet and greet area to meet overflow fans, due to the circumstances, we all had to leave. I don't think that's referring to me being sick. I think they're referring to the really bad stuff that's happened yesterday. The stuff that happened yesterday was horrible, but they specifically said that if a creator wanted to meet everyone in the line, then they'd move to a separate area. However, all of us were told to leave because you weren't feeling well and couldn't meet with more people. I then asked the line capper if there was anything I could do after being told that everyone had to go, and he just said, leave. Yeah, okay. So this doesn't sound like comms. Is your Twitch staff just lying? What is going on at this? Fuck it. At this point, just get the Firefest people to run TwitchCon. Can't be much worse. Fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah. What the hell? And then same thing with like, okay, I saw a number of VTubers and people who are immunocompromised say that they were forced to take their masks off. Even I think Kaisa had a clear mask. Yeah, Twitch made me take off my clear mask at security. Weirdly asked me to turn to face the security cameras. They really don't give a fuck. TwitchCon front door security making me take my mask off every time I enter the building is fucking pissing me off. We need to see your face. Why? You're not even checking my ID. Leave me alone. Oh my God. Yeah, you can't do that. Okay. I am also pretty sure that goes against ADA rules and regulations. I think they misfigured with the security measures. So this is why I was like, look, it's not that there wasn't security there. I think it was that they were, because the other thing I heard was that there were some streamers who, like, their managers could not access these. Like, if they were backstage for a show, people who they needed to be there couldn't be there. But then other people I've talked to who are like, oh yeah, I just straight up walked into areas that I definitely shouldn't have been. And at one point, like, I can't remember what point it was, but there was just no one checking people who were just going backstage at the glitch. Oh my God. As a VTuber who wears a face mask at TwitchCon, being forced to take my mask off during security check while there's IRL streamers filming the lines is such a nightmare. My mods asked multiple times for other options or private spaces. They said no. Please fix this next year. IRL streaming needs to start being heavily monitored and limited. There were multiple people streaming in the no stream zones all weekend. Yet you would not think that there were no stream zones because of how there were just people streaming everywhere. I'm sure people didn't even know there were no stream zones. Cosplay show had no backstage security, which is actually crazy. That's fucking crazy. Considering Emmy was hosting that show and it was the biggest show. And she had just gone live talking about what happened. What the fuck? A security guard told me you need to unmask now or I'm not fucking letting you in. We all have stalkers. What? In response to me saying, hey, can you please take me to the side and I'll unmask? There's a stalking situation and I'm a faceless greeter. What? We all have stalkers? That was kind of like the same energy of the person who's the male streamer who scoffed at me when I was like, yeah, I have security for this weekend. Excuse me? We all have stalkers, so you need to unmask right now. What the fuck? They had more stringent security procedures against VTubers and people who are immunocompromised or disabled. You know, people who are wearing masks. Wait, there's also this. Okay, wait. Sorry for the wait chat, not having the best experience right now. Just ugh. The staff have been lovely for the most part, but they wouldn't let me enter and told me to walk all the way to the help desk to get permission to enter my meet and greet because their wristband they gave me doesn't work. I also had to show my face. It was very scary for me, but I understand why. Someone said, this happened to me too. I was with the head of the ambassador program and they wouldn't even listen to her. There were also people streaming in some of the creator camp rooms, which is a bunch of IRL streamers talk to staff about. They could have had people put their phones and rigs in numbered Faraday bags and you don't get it back until you leave the session room. Yeah, this is why I'm like, a big thing that I have seen is how the open season with IRL streaming led to a worse Twitch experience, a worse TwitchCon experience for quite a few people. So as far as like, what can we do about this? You know, what are the solutions here? I think that there need to be protocols that are enforced around live streaming. It shouldn't just be everybody gets to live stream everything and everyone. Hey Twitch, this is Scar. He's a disabled Minecraft streamer who just won a Twitch Rivals event, but unfortunately he was unable to get on stage due to it being inaccessible. And here's the thing. I'm pretty sure this issue has been raised before. This is not the first time that disabled streamers and viewers have talked about the lack of accessibility. Like, I'm pretty sure this is brought up every year. The Twitch community would appreciate it if you were able to make the venues accessible for everyone. They also had a bit before Dodgebolt where all the players were to get on stage, but Scar was unable to participate. I hope you guys can fix this in the future. Anyways, go support Scar because he did great this MCC. Also go support all those who were failed by Twitch's lack of security, accessibility, and other things. Yeah, isn't ADA a legal requirement? I do think so. I am yes. It's a legal requirement under the provisions of the Americans with Disability Act that applies to places of public accommodation. Public accommodations include convention centers, hotels, other event spaces commonly used for conferences. Associations owning or leasing such spaces are responsible for ensuring compliance with ADA standards during their events. This would not be that hard, in my opinion, to add a ramp that is wheelchair accessible. This does not seem like it would really be that difficult. Sorry to spam one more plug for this disabled VTuber too, who was also denied. Not me, after filing report, being turned away again and being asked to show proof of insulin. What? TwitchCon, please ensure you are explaining to security properly how to handle guests and be ADA compliant. I don't usually force my views for my health, but I'm going to stand up for what I need to do as someone dealing with T1D and MS. TwitchCon security needs to reevaluate how they prioritize things. While I understand a limit to bag sizes, when I'm able to get in with my tote bag previously that has a few random things, but primarily apple juice and snacks for it if I have low blood sugar, which I'm prone to about 3 to 5 a day. I'm not the person you need to fight about coming in. Having security stop me and tell me I can carry the juice and Teddy Grahams instead, but not the bag, and to get rid of the bag is wild when this is to prevent me from passing out on the convention floor. I stated and showed proof of my CGM and insulin pump that I have both type 1 diabetes and MS to explain my medical necessity. I was able to walk over to the other gate and get in with no problem after my friends informed me security then allowed a girl after I walked away to come in with a bag twice the size of mine with no issue. Security needs to be enforced at the gates, yes, but not turn away ADA persons and should rather be focused on people at meet and greets like Emmy Room, protect her from people who are actually assaulting others. Do better, TwitchCon. Yes, but no one cares. Start checking to find ramps at every restaurant or store you go to, bathroom accessibility, and you'll see the ADA is just on paper most of the time. So, okay. This is the kind of thing that we need to be raising hell about. It shouldn't just be on disabled streamers or attendees to hope that anybody's going to listen. This is ridiculous. So I'm gonna try to have a meeting with Twitch. I'm gonna try. That's why we're going over a lot of this stuff, just to like fully give my opinion on what all they need to do better at. And one thing, obviously, it's absurd to see how when you hold up what happened at Emmy's meet and greet and just the overall lack of real security at the meet and greets. And then you compare that to people who are VTubers forcing to be unmasked, people who are disabled, not having proper accommodations and accessibility, and also having to take their masks off. Like, this is not okay. This is not okay. And I do not blame people for not continuing to attend this convention if these types of things are not being addressed by the company. It's not even ADA compliance for the general public. It's a few people who need to get on stage. It's not that hard. It's like, look, you know that you have a streamer who's disabled, who is participating in a Twitch Rivals event. That is fucking a Twitch Rivals event. You are doing an event not just at the convention for Twitch, but specifically a Twitch event. And they know ahead of time, and still the stage was inaccessible for him. Do you think ambassadors of Twitch should speak out about this? For sure. I mean, I think I think everyone should, and especially if you have any type of connection with Twitch. These are the kinds of things that, look, the reason people post about this is because they want to raise awareness, and not everybody has a direct connection to Twitch or a big enough platform. I mean, God, though, Emmy is Emmy, and that still happened to her. So anyway, yes, I do. And I think the disabled community on Twitch is another community that is frequently being ignored. I am banning Twitch in all the streamers' chats. Yes, Haas is on it. The disabled community is frequently being ignored. And yes, I agree. Some of these things are absolutely solvable. This would not be hard to address. As someone who's worked production coordination for much smaller events like the New Yorker Festival, this is not hard. Having handlers for any sort of talent, especially talent that has special needs or health concerns, should be standard. Yes, 100%. I was at the Chat with Dan Clancy panel on Sunday. This accessibility issue was passionately brought up to him. We will see if things end up changing or not. I mean, I'm about to be like, look, I know I'm not the biggest creator, but I and others will refuse to go to the convention ever again if this continues to be ignored. Now, do I think that as far as the conversation in regards to the culture of, say, misogyny, sexism, homophobia, do I think that's being fixed overnight? No. Do I think that's a little bit more complex in addressing that versus like, hey, let's get a fucking ramp. Let's get a ramp at the stage here. Like, this is something that's like, come on. If you can't do this, then how the fuck are we going to expect you to do these other things, to like work on these other things? Okay. Bonnie had a weirdo fan interaction.
There was a guy at the con and he got trying to shake my hand. And I was like, no, please, I don't want to. He was like, shake it.
And then what?
And then I did. And then, because I was like, oh no. So I did. And then I signed it. I took a photo. And then he was like, okay. And he like reaches for my hand again. I think he jerked off on it.
Oh.
I don't know. Something was nefarious.
What?
That does seem very nefarious.
Everyone else is really There was a guy at the con and he got trying to shake my hand. And I was like, no, please, I don't want to. He was like, shake it.
And then what?
And then I did. And then, because I was like, oh no. So I did. And then I signed it. I took a photo. And then he was like, okay. And he like reaches for my hand again. I think he jerked off on it.
Oh.
So what she was saying was there was a guy who's being really weird and kept saying like, shake my hand, and then continue to be weird, and then asked her again, and then she got the sense that he did something like jerking off into his hand. I don't know. That's what it sounded like. I posted the link and I work in the field. If there's public access, a ramp must be available to the stage. Oh, in regards to, yes. Yeah, no, this is, it's ridiculous. Sounded like he shook your hand with the hand he used to jerk off. Yeah, okay. So, y'all, this shit's not okay. All right? Be fucking normal. Come on. The lack of respect all around. Right. All right. So let's watch this clip. Taylor has the full interview coming out on Wednesday. I asked Twitch CEO Dan Clancy about Emiru getting assaulted at TwitchCon and whether creators can trust the platform to keep them safe. Full interview will be out on my YouTube channel podcast feed on Wednesday.
Saw one Twitch streamer yesterday, Emiru, get assaulted by a male fan, and a lot of streamers have, especially female streamers, have talked about, the danger that they feel from these sort of toxic, I guess, parasocial kind of creeps. What are you guys doing to prioritize safety? Because I know also a bunch of Twitch content creators said that they were too scared to even come to TwitchCon this year, just in case something like what happened yesterday would happen.
The safety of our creators is the top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge in today's society. It's not limited to Twitch. It extends throughout our society. I do think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. Okay, it's very different. When I use other short form content and people say all sorts of stuff, well, I can't stop that. But when I live stream, they basically don't bother me. Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that
Okay, so not good. We're also specifically what happened to Emmy is something that happened in real life. You can't hit a button and ban somebody IRL. So Dan has been harassed out in public before. Yes, multiple times. Here's the thing too, and as far as banning people, well, I don't think that's really getting to the issue here. It's like a ban is a temporary fix in the moment. Now, this is not up to, like, streamers are not responsible for ensuring their safety at events. He started to respond was more of a PR comment on the platform. The question was about the live event, not the platform. Right. Because here's what Taylor.
Streamer yesterday, Amaru, get assaulted by a male fan. And a lot of streamers have, especially female streamers, have talked about, you know, the danger that they feel from these sort of toxic, I guess.
I just want to say too, I think I've seen a lot of people try and solely blame Dan. Which people have already been coming after Dan because of a perceived, for instance, a perceived bias for streamers like Hassan Piker. I don't think that is the, I don't think this is the conclusion here, that there's only one problem and one person responsible for that, and that's Dan Clancy. I don't think that this is the right response.
Social kind of creeps. What are you guys doing to prioritize safety? Because I know also a bunch of Twitch content creators said that they were too scared to even come to TwitchCon this year, just in case something like what happened yesterday would happen.
The safety of our creators is the top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge in today's society. It's not limited to Twitch. It extends throughout our society.
Don't forget that he's still the CEO of a massive company, so when anything problematic occurs, he will use the same playbook of deflecting that all CEOs
I do
use.
think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. Okay, it's very different. You know, when I use other short form content and people say all sorts of stuff, well, I can't stop that. But when I live stream,
No, because she specifically asked about the assault that occurred in real life, towards Emiru, and then how a number of prominent female streamers said they were not going to attend the convention due to concerns about safety. So she's like, okay, that's
they
the
basically
question.
don't bother me. Now, what
He
happened
gets into
yesterday
it, just
obviously
keep
was
watching.
something that
Right.
we care deeply about securing this environment. You know, we're looking very closely at everything that happened there, and I care deeply about Emmy. She's a friend of mine, and so I want to see how we can support her. This is just something we have to keep working on. I think everyone identifies our tools in terms of trust and safety as the leaders in the industry about helping creators, but that means there's always more work to be done because that's the world we live in now.
Demi had posted earlier today that I guess this fan was allowed to cross multiple barriers at TwitchCon. Why should streamers trust Twitch to keep them safe at TwitchCon? Because I feel like simultaneously this has been such a secure event to the point that even like journalists have had struggled. Like, it is very secure, but here's this man that just walks up and is somehow able to bypass all these things. So why should they trust the platform when slip-ups or, issues like this have happened?
Well, I mean, as you know, I think you toured some of what we do in terms of security. The reality is, even as you...
Well, the other thing too is I don't think we should be talking about Emmy in the context of being a friend, because you are ultimately the head of this, the CEO of the company that this streamer is that this streamer streams for. That you are, as far as the company goes, in a position of power. And so the other thing is like Emmy also made sure to note that her concerns were for streamers who don't have the resources that she has, who aren't high profile like she is. And I think too, I think we also like the optics, right? The optics, and he's expressing like I have concern for her because she's a friend, but it's like I don't think we should make this about Emmy being your friend. And also to bring this back to the parasocialness of this platform, where you have people who are like, Emmy is my friend. and then they stalk her, or more than that, then they stalk her and they do things like this. So just as far as like that not being a part of the conversation here, not only that, but if this is how he responds when a friend is assaulted, what about somebody he doesn't know? Well, that was the point I was trying to bring up, where it's like, I don't think that we should frame this at all in any type of like friend manner, because this is not just about what happened to Emmy. There's lots and lots of streamers on this platform who have been who've been dealing with stuff.
Do a lot in terms of security in today's world. There are challenges that can present themselves, especially when someone is putting themselves out there, right? And so, we try to work very closely with each creator about what they want to do and what works for them, right? So I don't want to get into any, specifics or details, but part of that is working with creators and, trying to find them. Right now, we're definitely, ramping it up to make sure creators know that we have the resources there to help them figure out what's right for them.
Sorry. Jesus. Full interview will be out on my YouTube podcast on Wednesday. We talked about creator safety, platform changes, freedom of speech, the currently postponed congressional hearing, women in streaming, Twitch's role in culture, and a slew of other topics. Rod Slasher says, I wouldn't say, well, the world is fucked up right now. It's not just Twitch, is a very reassuring answer. It's like, yes, this is a larger societal cultural issue, but what are we going to do about it on this platform? Why? What are we going to do about the fact that this guy, Dan said, we live in a society. What are we going to do about the fact that this guy was allowed to leave? He walked right out. That's okay. I am not a CEO. I've never been a CEO. But given the lead up to TwitchCon and then Emmy's tweet, which highlighted the continued failures, I do feel like you're the CEO of Women. True. I do feel like really it should have been this is completely unacceptable. We are taking responsibility for this. It is not okay what happened. We are addressing all of the internal failures that led to this occurring. Like, it's just got to be as simple as that. Because people are really upset. They're very concerned. People already didn't come to the convention. They already didn't come. They're going to continue to not come to future cons. And Twitch's response to reassure creators before the con and after concerns were risen, no less. Especially this being, in my understanding, like the first interview, the first like of Twitch really addressing this after the incident. I just think there has to be a full on taking responsibility for what happened. And then also like, but not you absolutely talk about broader issues too, as I have, but not in the way of like, then kind of circumventing the responsibility that Twitch had in making sure this didn't happen. Him going on about working with streamers is shirking Twitch's responsibility as the people putting on the event. Yeah, so it comes across as there's nothing more we can do, which just makes Twitch sound tone deaf. I will say, like, I saw a lot of responses to this, and not just from people who already have a hate boner for Dan Clancy, because they ultimately have a hate boner for Hassan Piker, but in general, the responses of people who were looking for like an ironclad response that is Twitch fully accepting the responsibility for the failures here, and then talking about what they're, what they'll be. And look, I guess, okay, so as far as what Twitch is going to do, fine, I'll give you more than 24 hours to have like the full list of what the changes are that are going to be. But still, it's like, I don't think this is the response that people were looking for. Like, give us some ideas explaining how you can do it better. Maybe not all of them would be implemented. Surely Twitch. Right. And it's like, okay, I get there's going to be a lot of meetings, hopefully communication as to how to genuinely improve the convention next year. And I don't expect that as an overnight response, but like, first and foremost, no ifs, ands, or buts. No ifs, ands, or buts being like, we own this. Because I will say, I do feel like a lot of people already have felt that the platform, anytime they try and bring up harassment or issues that they're dealing with, it's a like, well, you're kind of on your own. Taylor Lorenz is a bad journalist. No, she's not. She's not. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to remove the biases that you have from people who have attempted to smear her. And I want you to just read her actual reporting. Please. Read her actual reporting. You know what happens? I have had this before where maybe there's somebody who due to haters of theirs have influenced my perceptions of their work before I've actually ever evaluated it on its own merits. That's what you need to do. You need to evaluate somebody's work on the merits of that work, and not because of external factors from people who are incentivized for others to not take that person's work seriously. A lot of the people who spread shit don't even read her work. Yeah. And if you hate Taylor so much, if you were so biased against her that you think in any way she would do an interview with the CEO of Twitch and not do her job as a journalist, especially after we have seen this clip where she is asking him the questions that need to be asked. So if you think that, then you're going to be missing out on an interview by somebody who seeks to hold people in power accountable, as journalists should do. Taylor is not a person who would be giving a softball type interview to the CEO of a platform like Twitch. Yeah, she was we just watched 2 minutes. 2 minutes of the interview that's coming out on Wednesday. Yeah, and also in my personal conversations with her, I never got the sense that she was ever trying to do any type of cover for the platform. Why would she be? And in fact, she was the one who, because she did a security tour. So she did a security tour, then she did the interview. She posted about the fact that Twitch has eyes on all the streams that are happening, and they're just not doing anything when there are problems arising from these clip farming IRL assholes. And she also, we had been having a conversation about the just culture of misogyny, and she was the one who sent me the clip of Emmy and said, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So that was how I first saw it. Ugh, not good, man. She literally confronted him with exactly what everyone is thinking and who pretended to give a meaningful answer. Here's Iron Mouse clip talking about how people have been trying to normalize this shit.
The fact that it's normal and it's just like, oh yeah, this is just shit that happens. It's just like, it shouldn't be shit that happens. It shouldn't.
Yeah.
It should not be shit that happens. This shit shouldn't happen. It's beyond sad. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills where it's like, I feel like I'm going crazy. Where people is like, oh, well, that's just life. That's just life. You knew what you were signing up for when you decided to do this. It's like, no, I did not sign up for this shit. No one signed up for that sort of shit. You don't sign up for that shit when you decide to do anything. It's just like, It's just like, case in point, doctors and nurses, they get assaulted at hospitals all the time. They didn't sign up for that shit. They're just trying to be there for people and help people. We're just here being stupid and just having fun. It should not be normalized. That shouldn't be normalized, dude.
As Mousy said, shouldn't be normalized, and that's what every day we're trying to fight against here is like, this has become normalized. Everything is Gamergate, and it shouldn't be. Twitch gives fucking Neon a meet and greet when he spent last year outside. Yeah, I know. We talked about that. And so that's another thing that, like, in my future conversation with Twitch that I would like to have and address what we've talked about on stream here, what you guys have brought to my attention. That is also something I will be mentioning. It's like, how do we do better? Well, how about not that, for starters? Real. Oh, Chris. You know, to go back to, I know we've spent a couple hours talking about the bad, but to go back to what I started off with the good. With the good. Chris Melberger was part of the good of this weekend. Chris Melberger. I can say for both me and Will. For both Will and I. Chris Melberger. One reason that the weekend didn't totally suck ass. And that is a beautiful thing about the convention and why people should feel excited to go. They should feel safe to go. Because a beautiful thing about something like TwitchCon is getting to see people that you normally never see, deepen friendships, meet new people. the community aspects that this platform should really be about is what's getting lost here. A lot of people were still saying they had a great time. Yes, a lot of people still like despite everything, but it is important to talk about all this stuff because we don't want to keep going down. We don't want to keep declining. This should not be seen as nothing that we can do about it. Oh, well, that's just how it goes. Well, this is just the new normal. You could meet your future spouse or partner, whatever, in the Will Neff, Caroline Kwan meet and greet line. You know? I've been on this site for a long time. Twitch has always been irresponsible. In like 2017, it took a literal bomb threat at an airport for one of their most problematic streamers to get banned. They will always try as hard as possible to do nothing. They're just waiting for this to all blow over. Things keep getting worse. Well, it's not okay. Just because they haven't seriously addressed this stuff in the past does not mean that they should not start seriously addressing it now and going forward. And in fact, now is the fucking time. Okay? If there was any time, it is now. Unless we have some sort of precog department like in the Tom Cruise movie Minority Report, there's no way to stop all things from happening. Any determined enough. Look. I don't expect perfection. I don't think anybody does. I don't think anybody's like, they're simply with a convention of this size, with this many people, there's not going to be anything that goes wrong. But it is a matter of people feeling like the platform, the company is doing everything that they can, is really listening to streamers, to viewers, and showing best effort at addressing these things. And Hassan is still on ban. Please go cry about Hassan in his own channel. I'm sure you're banned there. I'm sure. Am I Hassan? No, I don't care. Go in his chat and go talk about that stuff. So, do I think that Twitch is doing enough? No. Do I think that they are suddenly about to 180 and address all these things? No. Am I going to try to do what I can with my connections and with my platform to raise awareness on these issues? Yes. Do I think Twitch can absolutely be better? Yes. We have, unfortunately, progress can take a long time, and then there can be progress, and then there is backlash to progress, and so we regress, but it doesn't mean that we don't keep fighting for the progress, fighting for things to be better. Do you go to horror cons? I have been to horror cons. Yep. I have. Standing ovation for Emmy during her show. Yes,
Before
I was
we started,
there.
we wanted to give a huge shout out to the cosplay community, all the people who came out here, all the people who
Ricardo,
worked really hard
thank you
on
for the 5
cosplays
months.
and making beautiful things for other people to see.
Ilya, thank you for the 5 months. It's October 3rd. Thank you
I
for
hope
the
you
2
guys
months.
like the
Giggle
show
Panda, thank you for the
today.
gifted.
We have a lot of really fun stuff planned, don't we?
And make some noise for Emmy right fucking now. Let's go.
Louder!
Standing ovation. Give everybody up.
Stand
Everybody
the fuck up right now!
I am right there. Right here.
Stop, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Wow, you guys are naturals. Like,
Most y'all are sweet and kind and normal, and you just want to you just want to be in community, and you do not have intentions, harmful intentions, and I always remember that. I always remember that, you know? Most people I do believe are good. Most of y'all. And this is not just something that is the onus is not just on Twitch to make these improvements, these changes. It's not just on viewers to not do this fucking shit. It's also on streamers. We have a responsibility here. We are our communities. We are in positions of influence. We are a part of the whole pie. And we have to take responsibility to make sure that we're not contributing to making these spaces worse for people. I'm old enough to remember what happened to Selena. Maybe watch that for movie night sometime. Yeah, and then people put more respect on J-Lo's name. J-Lo the person? Whack. J-Lo the performer? The actress? Put some respect on it. Before your time, Twitch used to explicitly ban streamers for inter-streamer harassment. Rule quietly went away, though. Yeah. Maya's extra Emily impression.
Emily actually has a deep voice. That is like just not true at all.
Hello, my name is Emily. How do you do? How are you
That's
doing?
pretty good. That's pretty good. Can you do me impersonation?
Hey, my name is. Wait, that was me.
Why did she sound like
Hey, my name is. I'm not very good at controlling my voice. Okay, no.
She made me smooth.
Hi, my name is Maya. Hello.
Hey. No, I can't. Hey, guys. It's Maya.
Emily, that's just your voice. That's like an extra Emily impression. What was that?
Okay.
Electro, thank you for the 15.
Thank you.
My name is Maya.
Maya. I'm Maya. I don't know. I'm really bad at impressions. I don't know. I'm really bad at it. I can't do impressions. I'm sorry. Hey!
Wait, Maya's so good.
Okay, I'm done. Russell, thank you for the $100.
Maybe we are all not Maya Higa.
Nation, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I need to improve on my voice impression.
I really think you should pick up a Mort impression. I think you would like it.
Okay, Mort? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll look at Mort when I get home.
King Julian.
Okay, great.
And then, because then you can lean into being creepy.
Can I see your feet? Is that?
Yeah, except he doesn't sound like that.
Can I see your feet, sire? Oh, thank
Maybe we are not Maya Higa, but we are all extra Emily. Because I do feel like if people can do an impression of any streamer, I swear everyone is always doing extra Emily impressions. Greetings, Earthlings. May I see your feet, sire? All right, y'all. So I am my brain is fried. I am pooped out. A long weekend. 'Twas a long weekend. So things will be back to normal tomorrow. I am planning on playing more scary gaming this week. Yes. I think I'm going to do Soma. I was thinking tonight maybe, but I think I'm going to go bye-bye. I'm going to go hang out with Will and Will. And then also Wake and Wake. So we got Soma coming up. We got getting back to looking at all the things going on. All the things going on and talking about the things going on. So tomorrow will be the normal type of stream. Tonight was just a recap of the weekend, which had its downs, but had its ups. Had its downs, but had its ups. We go up, we go down. We go up, and then we go back down, folks. That's how it goes. So I hope that was a good overview, touching on things that I think are important to address. If you were blissfully unaware about what occurred this weekend, well, now you have more context. So thank you again to everybody who I met, who was wonderful, who took the time, bought a ticket, traveled, came to say hi and meet people and be around community. And I did always make sure to ask people I talked to about good things that happened this weekend. Thank you for the sauce. So glad I got to meet y'all. Of course. So I always, I like to always just get a gauge. Just get a gaze of what people's experiences are. And I never like to just go, so everything's shit, huh? And a lot of people expressed that they still had good times and got to hang out with friends. And yeah, that's, what it's all about, right? What it's all about is getting out from behind your desk, going outside, meeting new people, reconnecting with old friends. And that's what we want this to all be about. You should come to South America to meet the Latin gays and theater kids. I'm there. I'm there. All right. Who's live? Who is live? Let's see. How about we go over to Raidwell. William is not live. I can raid Gina Darling. Gina Darling didn't go to TwitchCon this weekend, so she probably doesn't have stories from TwitchCon since she didn't go, but she's great nonetheless. Will's not live, but what about Will? Also not live. Also not live. All right, y'all. All right. Thank you for joining me. Stories from TwitchCon is the new Tales from the Crypt. Thank you for joining me. I will see you tomorrow. I'll be back as we do. As we do. Hearts to you all. Hearts to y'all. And just keep the peace. Why did that not send? I swear to God I do this. Oh, you know what it is? It's because I'll do it in Chatterino. That didn't work. I think, wait, is it Miss Gina Darling? Oh, it's Miss Gina Darling. I am known to raid the wrong person often. Keep the peace. Be good to each other. Okay. Life's too short to be an asshole. It's too short. So be kind. That's all I got for you. Good night, everyone.